Hello again, everybody, and welcome to the Memorial Day weekend edition of the Jim Cornette Experience, folks. AEW is headed to Chicago. The WWE is in Saudi Arabia. All the fans are in a state of confusion, and the dark side of the ring returns this week with Season 4 on Vice TV. We're going to talk to Evan Husney about that. All that and more here on this holiday weekend, souped-up, jam-packed, giant-sized edition of the program that we do every week. And joining me in memorializing all these events, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you, the man whose memorials are the most memorable, the great Brian Last, everybody.
Thanks, guys. And aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again. We have a really, really big show we think everyone's going to be excited about. We're here right where we first began. It's a big moment, and we'll have more to say about this later. Back to you guys.
And later, when he does say it, he says we're back to where we all started. But we're not going to bring you the new show. We're going to go somewhere else with that.
Yeah, what a weird thing. Like, we're so happy to be right here where everyone's going to cheer because this is where we started. Yeah, let's tell you about something really great that's going to happen somewhere else.
And then we'll be crossing the border into another country completely for 4 weeks after that. Before we go any further, let me just ask you, Brian, what are we doing here? What in the world are we doing? It's not only Memorial Day weekend, it's a holiday weekend, but it's great weather here where I'm at for once. And you and I are sitting inside our various palatial estates with headphones and microphones and talking about the wrestling that we're going to be watching. That's all we're going to be doing is we're going to be watching wrestling and then talking about wrestling. They may need a memorial service for us after watching all this programming this weekend. We're talking about AEW television from a couple of days ago. We're talking about Smackdown. We're talking about Saudi Arabia. We're talking about Double or Nothing. We're talking about whatever news breaks in Tony Khan's lunatic asylum or the brand new $21 billion rest home that Vince is in charge of. What are we doing to ourselves? Why are we doing this?
We're doing it for the listeners, for the pleasure and love of the listeners.
Well, if you want to pleasure the listeners, I can think of a more pleasurable way to do it. Possibly in small groups, 2 or 3 at a time, instead of all together. But no, what this is the reason why we're dedicated, because I blame you assholes out there in podcast land, the people, the cult of Cornette, you dirty pricks. It's all your fault because of all the emails you write saying, thank God y'all do the program so we could actually enjoy wrestling. We wouldn't be able to watch it or get any enjoyment out of not watching it if it wasn't for you guys. So we're doing this as a pubic service to the community. And this weekend, I guess it's going to be a chaos. We're going to have clips up early on the YouTube channel. The full podcasts are going to come out as quick as we can put them all together. And we're just going to keep doing this over the next several days, all the way through Tuesday or Wednesday, right? It's now Friday as we begin this. Part of this program will be done late Saturday, early Sunday, because we're going to talk about Saudi Arabia. And then we're going to pop back the following day, starting the drive-through with Double or Nothing and finishing that up with Raw and whatever the fuck else happens, right?
You're talking me out of it.
You know, now that I went over it out loud, it doesn't sound like a real good idea, does it?
Not at all.
Do we have a rerun queued up, ready to go?
The next omnibus coming up, we needed something quick omnibus. Stay tuned.
Yeah, well, we could do a gout update. That can take the place of all the rest of the programming I just did. Won't take long. My gout is better. As the people who heard your program, the drive-through this week, which was a day late, heard I got the gout, and it was miserable gout, and the gout almost got me. But now that I'm on the steroids, the anti-inflammatories, I've gained control of my operation of my right foot and specifically my big toe again, just in time for the holiday weekend. So for those of you who were concerned with my health, things are moving along swimming. It's all downhill from here, right?
Should more wrestlers blame their steroid usage on gout?
Do steroids? No, steroids don't cause gout. That was
no,
not
it cures
one.
gout. You say you're on steroids right now.
Oh, I thought you meant the gout was caused by steroids. They didn't tell me that on the piece of paper they gave me. No, these are not the kind of steroids for show. These are the kind of steroids for therapy. See, just because I have big muscles and a big throbbing one right here now doesn't mean that it has anything to do with steroids. I'm just really in good shape all the time.
And for some reason, this conversation's exciting you, it seems like. I think you got hooked on all the compliments. Everyone's saying you look so good, you look so thin. And I think maybe you've taken it to the next level, like a lot of these celebrities we see, or aging wrestlers. What's next, Jim? The Botox? The butt lift?
No. Hey, I'll have you know that I'm not going to do the butt lift anymore. Because I strained my back the last time I did the butt lift. You're not supposed to lift things that way. But you'll be happy to know that now that I'm back ambulatory, also it officially has happened. Everything ordered at JimCornette.com through Cornette's Collectibles through May the 23rd, Tuesday, May 23rd, has been signed and packed and prepared and is in the hands of the Feather Bottoms, and they are doing the labels this weekend and everything. All the last, I think it was almost 200 packages, because these things just keep coming in. It was almost like an I Love Lucy conveyor belt at one point. But everything through Tuesday that has been purchased, has been processed, is being labeled now, and will be in the shipping stream over the weekend, thanks to the Feather Bottoms. So now you can order with impunity at JimCornette.com, the Cornette face shirts, the lazy booking t-shirts, which again, boy, have never been more apropos than these days, as well as the Behind the Curtain graphic novel, the Inside the Ropes autographed magazine with my lovely face on the cover. And let's not forget the breast cancer pink action figures with $10 each going to fight breast cancer. And we're going to be having an update on the May sales and donation next week here on the program, because May ain't done yet. But that's at JimCornette.com, and I have that weight of the world lifted off my shoulders that I'm not holding people's enjoyment up, waiting for their autographed merchandise anymore. Did you get all those autographed pictures signed that you were going to be distributing out to various people, Brian?
Which autograph photos are those?
You said, well, the other night you said it took you at least an hour and a half to sign 3 autographs because nobody would take them. So I was just wondering if you got finished with that. Anyway.
I know some people who take things I autograph.
Yeah, but only when there's numbers and it's on blue paper.
Now you have to add qualifiers?
Well, that's true. People do take your checks. Your checks are always good. They accept them freely. You're not a deadbeat.
Thank you very much.
All right. Well, and that's what people take from you is your checks. They always enjoy seeing your checks. They just don't enjoy hearing from you in any other capacity.
Are you talking about me or Tony Khan? Will you stop it?
No, I don't even know. I think they probably cuss Tony's checks at this point. It's like, is this stupid son of a bitch sending me more money? They're just wiping their feet on him anyway. We'll talk about that later on. I got a couple of things for Reggie's Corner.
All right.
And I do apologize that Reggie's Corner is getting to be a popular thing, and there are tons of submissions, and I've recently printed out a bunch of emails. I'm trying to go through things. I want to give our furry and or feline friends, their proper due, and they're part of the family, and I don't want to get behind, but at the same time, especially on these big shows, we don't want to go into 15 minutes of deceased family members and bring everybody down. But I do want to, just a couple things here.
And this week's Reggie's Corner is brought to you by Trish Stratus versus Becky Lynch at Night of Champions.
Oh, woof, woof.
Woof, woof, bitch.
Woof, woof.
Hey, I'll save it for later.
Yeah, save her later. Jesus. At least she'd show some emotion if she barked like a dog. Anyway, David from Evanston, Illinois. wrote in he lost his beagle Lucy, who was 13 years old. And he says she would melt the heart of anyone who met her, and her love will never be forgotten. And I can just see a cute little 13-year-old beagle named Lucy. But we're sorry to hear about that, David. And also, Chris in Cincinnati he said, I know Reggie's Corner is mostly about dogs, but we lost our cat Solo in an accident a few weeks ago. And Chris says he was our grumpy old man. You would have gotten along great with him, Jim. Supposedly that's an aspersion cast on my character, but we miss Solo. We're sorry to hear about that. Chris in Cincinnati. And
Solo.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Are you meaning to tell me
Solo
that you think that he
had
should
to
adopt?
go.
Oh, now, come on. Solo didn't have to go. You're saying that you think Chris in Cincinnati should adopt a new cat and name it Comerato and or a Go-Go.
Or a Go-Go. I think a Go-Go is actually a fun name for a cat.
Solo and a Go-Go.
It's a great way to meet women. Hey, what's the name? Well, I guess you don't bring cats to the park. I was like, what's the name of your cat on that leash there? That's a Go-Go.
How often do you walk a cat on a leash at the park, Brian? That's something to see every day. Well, look, there's a group over there in the park walking their cats, 6 people and a woman.
Well, like I said, it's a great way to meet a woman because no one else is doing it. Look at this guy with the cat on the leash. If it's a little cat, it's even better because they're cute. Before they become evil and condescending.
That's a little pussy is certainly a way to cheer up your day.
What was the line you gave Mick Foley with the boots the cat angle about a little pussy?
That's not the first time that a little pussy has. Oh, God damn it! Now you've scared it out of me. Of something like it's not the first time a little pussy has drawn a man's mind astray or distracted him or something like that. But anyway, we've passed the pussy now, and we're here to another member of the animal species. This is from Colby. And Colby writes, after hearing Jim's anti-spider rant, I was curious if my pet weasel would be acceptable to cross the Rainbow Bridge. He was named Angus after the AC/DC guitarist, but we called him Mr. PPV because of his cocky attitude and selfishness with any and all food. We had to keep him in his pen when guests came over, especially if there was food out, because he thought nothing of climbing up your leg and snatching the food out of your hand. For family, we were used to it, but after he did it to my wife's unsuspecting friend, nearly giving her a heart attack, we decided it was for the best. Angus was with us for only a little over 3.5 years, which is pretty good for a weasel, and he passed in his sleep. I have a feeling that Jim would have liked Mr. PPV way more than Shawn Michaels. Well, Colby, we're sorry to hear about Angus, a.k.a. Mr. PPV, but weasels are acceptable, yes, because they are furry too. They are our furry friends.
But they only live a few years? I didn't know that.
Well, it's hard being a weasel.
Well, you would know.
There's a lot of strain. Hey, what are you about to come on now?
Well, you were friends with Weasel Dooley. You would know.
Well, but he's still alive. So he wasn't full-blooded. Anyway, and lastly, this is to both of us from Sean in British Columbia. Hi, Jim. Actually, I'm going to address Brian first. And I guess I got to preface and back up. Remember when we were talking, we had a conversation a few weeks ago on the program, and you were indicating that frogs drown in your swimming pool. I can't remember exactly how it came up. What did cause that conversation?
I think we were talking about animals because it was Reggie's Corner. And
yep. And then you asked me about frogs. I used to fucking catch frogs when I was a kid, but they give you warts, and they're not personable creatures, and they're not really pets that you can have. They just kind of independently do their own thing, right? But you drown the frogs in your pool.
No, they independently do their own thing, like jumping into a pool filled with chlorine, drink it, can't find a way out, and then drown.
Okay, well, that's basically what you said. And so Sean in British Columbia says, I'm going to address Brian first. On behalf of frogs, fuck you and cover up your pool.
Is he a frog? Fuck you. On behalf of frogs?
On behalf of frogs. That's what he said, not on behalf of my fellow frogs, but just on behalf of frogs. So he's not claiming to be a member of the frog fraternity.
Community.
No, it would be a fraternity rather than a community. But anyway, he continues back to me, to Jim. That's me. What did frogs ever do to you, Sean says to me, Jim. You loved them so as a kid, but at what point did such a thing change? What did frogs ever do to cause the shift in your sentiment? They're wonderful little things, valuable members of the ecosystem. Perhaps have a conversation with BetterHelp to discover what caused you to turn on frogs, and you will find yourself with an abundance of love in their presence.
Wow, I thought he was hard on me.
I still don't like frogs as much as I like furry friends, felines, and other, even weasels, along with, you know, your chinchillas and your fucking gerbils and your little rats and your mice and your squirrels and your possums, not your raccoons.
You like rodents. It's weird. You like rodents.
Well, but they're not your wild, in the wild rodents that have been, their psyches have been damaged by living in the wild, but the domesticated rodent is a very kind and loyal pet and affectionate.
And by the way, after feedback about the frog segment, I guess last week on Reggie's Corner, I did hear from a few listeners and a few recommendations. I bought like a little frog ramp, which apparently is supposed to help them have something to hop on, to hop out. And I may have to...
Wait, what? You have purchased and put in your pool a frog ramp to assist the frogs in escaping from your pool if they fall in and drink the chlorine?
I have purchased and handed off to Suzanne, because I have things to do, a froggy ramp that is supposed to be there at the edge of the pool so that the frogs can easily jump in. Anyone could jump in. It's the jumping out that's a problem. Because
motherfucker, any motherfucker can jump on me, but see how you fare trying to jump off.
Exactly. And if there's chlorine, you're dead. So these frogs, if they're on the far side of the pool, there's no way to get out. This will be their way to get out.
Well, now, do you have a sign that's printed in frog language of which is the shallow end and which is the deep end, so that they'll know which? Because they don't really know how to. Well, I guess either end would be over their heads, wouldn't it? Unless it was a pretty goddamn big frog.
So you know what the other problem is? When they die, some of them, they turn upside down and their bellies are like the same shade as the bottom of the pool.
And so then you could jump right in and your mouth could fucking go right onto a frog genital and you'd never know it.
Well, that's not been a problem.
Right up there with the legs spread and exposed for the whole world to see. You've got frog porn in your backyard. The children from the neighborhood are walking around looking at these frogs with their legs splayed out, exposing their private parts.
I would say you're making all this kind of stuff up, but you probably have some videos from Germany or something about this. But no, the frogs, and then the vacuum, if we don't see it and get it out, the vacuum gets it, and then there's just frog guts and shit.
But what is your frog ramp made out of?
I don't know. I gave it to Suzanne. I got to double check that.
What, you didn't open the box? I mean, is it a plastic? Is it wood? Does it go with the ambiance of your pool? Is it decorative? You live in a high-dollar neighborhood. Is there a homeowners association guideline for the froggy ramp? You could be out of fucking code there, fella.
I went to Amazon. It was like $16. I bought it. It came. I said, here, put it down there. When we have people over, like we'll be having nonstop this Memorial Day weekend, take it out. They don't have to see it there. You don't have to leave it there all the time.
No, it's got to be inspected, passed by the city. The homeowners association has to bless this thing. If I were you, you could be in a lot of trouble here. No. If I were you, I would not be making any unauthorized modifications to your swimming pool until after you've talked to the city council over there in Teterboro. Anyway.
Is this Reggie's Corner? Are we done? Or
no, we're done. We're done now. Thank you all for writing a more expanded Reggie's Corner next week when we don't have so many other fucking miserable things to talk about, like the mistakes that all these wrestling promotions are making. But there's one thing I guess we should start off at the top of the program before we do any reviewing that we would like to discuss, and that is the newest season, season 4 of Dark Side of the Ring, is going to debut this coming Tuesday night, May 30th. And once again, to answer a lot of questions I've been asked, I'm going to be featured fairly prominently on a few of the episodes, but specifically one that we talked about last week on the program. The debut this week is on Chris Candido and Tammy, and obviously I was involved in that one. So at any rate, at this point, what we're going to do is, through the miracle of technology, we're going to go with a conversation that I recorded here very recently with Evan Husney, one of the creative forces behind Dark Side of the Ring, and we talk all about what you're going to see on season 4. So, Brian, if we can punch those buttons and play that funky video or audio, that would be lovely. All righty, through the miracle of modern technology, he is on the line with us now. He's in a foreign nation, the nation of Canada, so there may be a slight time lag as the audio has to clear customs to come across the border, but nevertheless, one of the creative forces behind the Dark Side of the Ring empire, along with his partner, Jason Eisner. It's Evan Husney, everybody. Thank you for being here, Evan.
Hey, Jim. Thanks so much for having me back. I really appreciate it, man. Thanks.
Well, and I said your partner, Jay, you guys are business partners. You guys wear many hats, and this the whole creative enterprise sprung from you guys. But it's not like 50 years ago I would have been calling you guys longtime companions. You're simply platonic business partners. A connotation of that.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, he's actually shooting some reenactment scenes right now as we speak. So that's why he's not on the program. But yeah, the season is not finished. We're still delivering these episodes as they are airing. So yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Well, and I know that we mentioned last week on the program, the debut of season 4, Dark Side of the Ring on Vice TV is going to take place this Tuesday, May 30th, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Mm-hmm. And Evan, I got to say, I know this is the most popular program in the history of Vice television, but do they really expect you guys to pull them out of bankruptcy single-handed in 10 weeks? I mean, that's a lot of pressure to put on. Are we going to be able to see all these episodes we're going to talk about here in this interview? I mean, is it close enough that there's somebody at Vice Master Control ready to pull the plug if they get the smoke signal, or do we have some breathing room here? I saw a picture of the Vice offices. All the employees were wearing their hats.
No. Well, as far as the situation, I mean, I'm not an official, who can comment on the bankruptcy situation, but
I thought they gave you guys like 25% of the stock because of the hit program.
Oh, that would be fantastic. But the way that we understand it is that everything is business as usual. The TV channel is actually a separate entity from the main business. And so is Vice Studios, that also does a lot of the production. So, so we are kind of separate from the situation that's going on with the main media entity.
So what you're saying is, even if some dominoes start to fall, you guys are far enough down the line of that setup on the Ed Sullivan Show stage that you guys are going to get your 10 weeks in before anything happens anyway. So good. We got confidence here now.
Oh yeah. We're good for a while.
In all seriousness, I'm glad this is coming up at this time. It's Dark Side of the Ring season always turns a young man's thoughts to fancy and or chaos in the world of wrestling. But the debut episode this season is one that I know you guys had been bandying the idea around for a while and had been wanting to do it. And I'd been obviously in favor of it. But I said last week on the show, I like the way that you did it because it's Chris Candido's story and Tammy is in it. Mm-hmm. And because Tammy has been told and done and commented on, and the whole tragedy there mulled over. But in that time, Chris has gotten obviously overlooked in a lot of ways, in a lot of cases. And in this instance, this program, it's Chris's story and Tammy is in it. You couldn't tell it without her, but
Right.
It focuses on a lot of Chris's friends and his family, his brother Johnny, his mother. So, when you guys started out shooting the footage,
Mhm.
did you have it in your mind it was going to turn out this way, or is that the way it evolved?
Well, to take like a few steps back, we had always wanted to do this story ever since I think the first season. It had always been on our radar as a story to do. We had actually corresponded with Tammy, during her various legal situations over the years. Like, she'd be, in jail, and we wrote letters and got them into her, and she wrote us back letters. Trying to put the episode together all the way back then, and it never quite lined up where we were in production and she was able to do the interview and stuff like that. So when it finally got around to this season, we were just like, okay, no matter what, regardless, given Tammy's present legal situation, we were just like, we're going to go ahead with this. And then the idea was we're going to still try to get her in the episode, which we did. We actually we're corresponding with some of the folks on her legal team in order to see if we could get permission for an interview.
How big is her legal team? How numerous is her legal team? Is Cochran in there, and Darrow and
Well, she has I think, personal legal stuff, and she has the criminal side. So it's a team. I think more than one is a team. And ultimately, the criminal legal side decided that it would be, that it wouldn't be maybe in her best interest to do the interview, and heavily told her that she shouldn't do it, which I understand. With the trial coming up, you may not want to sway a jury one way or the other with something like this coming out. So so we had started filming the episode really with Chris's story in mind, and if we were able to get Tammy on camera, we would have pivoted to maybe something much larger, maybe a 2-part episode, maybe something that really was both of their stories, combined into one. But we always were pretty much favoring the Chris Candido story and going to commit to that. And basically, we got word that Tammy wasn't able to do the episode pretty much at the last possible second, and then we just then we fully committed to Chris's story. And I am glad that we did. Chris Candido, I was a huge fan of his as a kid. I was a, big ECW fan growing up and stuff like that. So, it was really cool to, as you said, he is really kind of underappreciated. I think, if Chris Candido were around today, he would be a much bigger name. I think his style, kind of was forecasting the wrestling style of now. And I think his size, being a smaller, guy, is much more in style. So I think he really was this really influential, amazing unsung talent. And I mean, his finishing move, the power bomb off the top rope, always blew my mind every time I saw it. I couldn't believe that was like the craziest finishing move I'd ever seen as a kid. So it was just really cool to be able to tell the story.
Let me say this, because I said, and I say in the episode, Chris, if he was around today, would be one of the bigger stars in the business.
Yeah.
And he would have had, trying to figure out how to say this, he would have had a better influence on the in-ring guys today if he was still around to be able to talk to them and teach them things that he had learned, rather than them imitating him, because it's much like, even though Mick Foley's still around, people imitated the dangerous part of Mick Foley without having the talent and the mental grasp of the business underneath. Chris was an old school wrestling fan who knew that he had to do that stuff to get noticed and turn it into an art form, but he broke his body down at an early age. Yeah. But toward the end, he was starting to realize where he could have picked and chosen his spots and his things a little better. And he always had a mind and a love for the business to teach guys things that he had learned and to learn and blah, blah, blah. So that's what I wish about Chris, is that he's not around to tell guys, here's how I was doing it, here's why I was doing it. And in some cases, here's why you shouldn't do it, because I figured that out too late. And he was that kind of guy that he could have done that.
Yeah, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember when we did the interview with you, you were telling us about his time in Smoky Mountain when he kind of first came in, that he was like going crazy, taking all these crazy bumps and falling out into the floor and the concrete and doing all these things that maybe weren't entirely necessary, but was just like his immediate instinct to try to, make a big impression, right?
He was trying to get over it. He was doing all the crazy stuff he did on the Independence in New Jersey.
Right.
When they didn't really know who he was, just another guy. It was just guys doing moves. There was no TV. There was no defined, reason, logic, universe behind this. So he comes down there and the people are like, well, shit, that looks like it hurt him more than it hurt the other guy.
Right.
Because they were used to kind of shit that made more sense. And who is this guy? And once he figured out, get them into your personality and then they will go crazy over shit you do.
Right.
Right. That was his. And then, getting in the ring with the Rock and Roll Express or Mick Foley or the Armstrong family or any of the veterans, young and old, that he was able to work with, he learned so quick. And that's something else I was going to ask you is, when you got the pictures of Chris when he was a teenager from his mom and his brother, when he was already, running his own shows and making his own matches up and making his own championship belts. That was some cool stuff that even I had not seen. And it shows that he kind of had a mind not to just play wrestler, but to actually be wrestler from an early age, going to the trouble, because all the other guys get on a trampoline in their backyard. He found a fucking guy with a real ring running real shows and bullshitted his way on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think that's one thing that I think is really cool for viewers to see with this episode is just that, from a very young age, Chris made this decision. I mean, probably 5 years old, that like I was going to become a wrestler no matter what. And everything he did in life was to fulfill that dream. And I think you see it very clearly, when his brother is showing that upstairs attic with all these just old, drawings of Ric Flair and Roddy Piper and these old like handmade toy rings. And it's just like, it's amazing. Like, you can just tell that from, 5 years old, this kid loved wrestling and was going to be a huge part of his life forever. And then, as you said, like we kind of, because of the runtime constraint, we kind of gloss over it, but he really was putting on these local shows at an extremely young age of like 14, maybe even younger, where he was able to finagle a ring. Any of the wrestlers, like the professional wrestlers who lived in the area, he would book them and get them on the shows. He would make all the belts, the merch, like the entrance, and they had music. So it was this real DIY sort of production he was doing. And then, of course, he was also wrestling in Brooklyn, taking the bus down there, lying to his parents that he was going to go sleep over at his friend's house. And then he'd basically take the bus into Brooklyn. And they do these shows when, he was 14 years old, wrestling other guys, somehow sneak on the show and, get color in these matches and stuff. And it's crazy. That's crazy. But I mean, I love it. I mean, he's just a diehard for the business,
But that's when I first met him, he was inquisitive and you could tell he was sharp and he was kind of with it, as Frank Spaceman Hickey used to say about the wrestling business, because he'd been around at that point for a while. But one thing I wish that if Dennis Coralluzzo was still around, he would have been possibly the star of this show, because he had such a big part in pushing Chris on everybody that he knew, because he believed in Chris and he was right. Yeah. And also what a character he was. But besides, Dennis not being able to be a part of the show, I thought Tom Pritchard obviously was close with Chris in Knoxville and then later on the brief run as partners. Yeah. And Lance Storm had a lot of affection for Chris. And that's why I said last week on the show, you somehow in 45 minutes plus commercials managed to get Chris's brother Johnny, me, Tom Pritchard, and Lance Storm all to break down and cry and walk off camera over somebody. Yeah. I guess what I'm saying is, did you find when you were doing this that everybody universally had almost nothing but praise for Chris, did you, on the other side of the coin, have anybody even offer to say, "Oh, Tammy, you got her all wrong"? It ain't there anymore, is it?
Well, I think with respect to Chris, and just you can really tell in the episode how much, what a great guy he was, and like the connection that he had with everybody in the episode, including yourself. And I think also there's just a lot of empathy for Chris, because everybody knows the struggles he went through, and that this was how important the business was to him and all the sacrifices he made. But also I think everybody, was very, observed that relationship that he had with Tammy, and knew what he was going through and what he probably had internalized for so long. And I think that's hard to look back at, however many years now. It's been almost 20 years. So that, I think it really shows just the effect that he had on his peers and how well beloved he was. I haven't really heard anything bad about Chris from anybody ever that we've talked to, even outside of the folks that are in the show. I think with Tammy, and I think you can attest to this too, it's like, because you had both of them, when they were kids, they're still teenagers or just out of high school going into college. And I can only imagine just how surreal it is when you see both of them so young, impressionable, innocent, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, coming into this business, and then knowing how it's all going to wind up, the roller coaster on the other side of where they're both going to wind up, and kind of being brought into this business, chewed up and spat out a little bit, and where it goes is just kind of almost unfathomable, something you probably could never have predicted, right?
The only thing I will modify of what you just said is Chris, to an extent, got some chewing and some spitting. Yeah. Tammy chewed her own arm off.
Okay.
She did a lot of her own chewing. So, and that's the thing, is I think now it's so sad that it would have been wonderful if there was one redemption out of this, that Tammy, after what happened with Chris, had suddenly managed to get herself together in some fashion to provide some positive end of the thing. But hers is worse, because he never hurt anybody else but himself. And I think that's why I said, and anybody who wants to know my full current feelings on Tammy, they're on the YouTube channel at length. You can look them up from when we heard about the accident in Florida. So I'm not going to go into that. Otherwise, then I was one of the holdouts for quite a while. I was like, well, maybe at some point she will, calm down and get it together, whatever, because I did feel bad, not only from seeing them when they were the fresh-faced teenagers, but also I was somewhat willing to make excuses for her for some period of time when she was only embarrassing herself because of, and I was also willing to make excuses for her when nobody else particularly liked her personally, because I like the talent. I could identify with somebody being a fucking aggravating fucking bitch or whatever, because I like the talent also. But at some point in time, she's lost any support she had from anybody, and it's, due to her own actions.
Yeah, I guess what I meant by that too was that was the time in wrestling, especially in the WWF, where it's like Soma Central, and I just, obviously I wasn't there or anything, but the experience of hearing the stories, again, a runtime issue of if we had more time and what we could get into, is just the horror stories of the Soma abuse in this relationship is quite scary, because for me, it's like, a Soma, a muscle relaxer, it has its purpose, but taken in excess, it basically is like turns you into a walking zombie, in a lot of ways. And they both would be using these recreationally for, days on end, in mass quantities. And there's a lot of near-death experiences, a lot of car crashes, a lot of freakouts, and a lot of things that, Johnny and other family members had to, come in and try and save, and there were near overdose instances, and it's just this horror show. And I think, like, it's that thing where once you're introduced to it, via a locker room, a colleague, whatever, and when that one pill isn't enough, and then you got to take 6 for it to work, and then it's 12, and you have the schedule you have to keep up. You're on the road 300 days. You're putting your body through so much, especially him and ECW and all that stuff. And then it just catches up to you, and then it just becomes something. And probably in Chris's case, which I think Johnny does say too, is that it was not only just purely for the pain management, but also probably for the emotions of what he was going through too, because I think their relationship was emotionally fraught. There were a lot of pretty, dramatic, violent situations going on, and, a lot of fights and scary stuff. And so I think he was probably using it for that too. And it's an incredibly sad story,
all chemicals or elements have their useful purpose, but sometimes a couple of them just don't mix correctly.
Right.
And things happen.
Right.
But instead of giving him the entire episode here, we will tease them with that and say that the debut is this week, Tuesday, May 30th, for Chris and Tammy, Vice TV, 10 o'clock Eastern time. But this is the kickoff of a 10-week season. And next week, as a matter of fact, I guess I'm in the first 3 episodes. So apparently you really are trying to pull Vice out of bankruptcy with my face. You're hot-shotting, Evan, the whole thing. But next week is going to be the story of Magnum TA, which is a dark story in a different fashion with a at least somewhat uplifting ending. And obviously Maggie's still with us. But that again is another, what if story of a young person that was destined for some greatness.
Absolutely. When we were making Tales from the Territories last year, and we were working on the Jim Crockett episode, it was floated, obviously, when we discussed having Magnum on the panel for the show, and we had him on for a very long time, and then we had to move the production. I won't bore you guys with the reasons behind that, but we had to move it to Los Angeles, and it became too far of a trip for him. But I'm so glad that actually worked out, because because we were talking about kind of summarizing that story for that show, and I'm so glad it didn't work out that way. And we sort of said, well, you know what, because we knew we were going to do season 4, so let's save the Magnum's, his story for Dark Side. And I'm so glad we did. And you're right, this is an episode that does have a happy ending. He does overcome these injuries and is able to live a very fulfilling life, from the accident and everything. And this has been a highly requested story that we do for a very long time, and I'm so glad we did. And, because he is modeled after the Tom Selleck, Magnum PI vibe, and it's very 80s, this episode has a lot of, mullets and mustaches and so on and so forth. So we did kind of lean into the 80s, movie of the week vibe, I would say, with this episode, because his story kind of mirrors like a made-for-TV movie at that time, in a way. And so we kind of gave the episode that aesthetic, which I think is very fun. And we just really got into it. I mean, the stakes were really high for Jim Crockett Promotions at the time. They were sort of looking for their, big, if you will, Hollywood star that could take the company to the next level in the competition with the WWF. And they sort of cast Magnum in this role. They found the aesthetic that would best suit him and what would really propel them. And I think what's really cool, what fans are going to see, and I love about this episode, is we have a little montage in there about, when Magnum's at the height of his powers and he's doing that best of 7 match with Nikita Koloff. And it's just amazing. I love that. I love seeing how, it starts with Magnum down 3 matches, and then he evens it up 3-3 with, against Nikita. Then of course Nikita wins. The heel prevails in the territory. It's amazing. It's just incredible storytelling from like the best period of wrestling, and that's fun. But then of course you see Jim Crockett's got a lot of eggs in one basket here with Magnum. And then this unforeseen tragedy happens where he gets into this car accident, and it derails everything, and plans are completely thrown out the window. And, he may never walk. He's told that he may never walk again, and going through that whole process. And obviously kayfabe era. I love just, how they would sneak Ric Flair, Dusty Rhodes in the heels into the hospital to pay him, so he could pay their respects.
Here's the thing, Doug Dillinger, who later on would become famous or infamous on WCW Nitro as the head of security. Doug Dillinger was a Charlotte City police officer. He was able to arrange things that sometimes, you couldn't just do on your own. And Flair and Tully and Arn, JJ wanted to see Magnum, but because of as you saw when you did the research, hysteria in the city of Charlotte. There was a vigil at the hospital, and people had it staked out, and they were given updates on all the TV news. So the Four Horsemen couldn't just walk into the hospital under that kind of surveillance. So Doug Dillinger was able to, in the middle of the night and undercover with a police car and blah, 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 sneak them in the back door and up the stairs where they could visit Magnum while he was in the hospital.
I love that. Yeah, I love that. And that's definitely in the episode. But yeah, it was awesome. I mean, Terry Allen was awesome to work with on this episode. And yeah, to me, it's one we should have done a long time ago, but you got to save some for later for sure. Well, it's a great one.
And you talk about the grittiness with him and Nikita and that best of seven. Just that's why Magnum is famous for the I Quit match with Tully at Starrcade, because Magnum was the epitome of what the NWA was looking for in a top babyface superhero ladies man kind of guy, because he wasn't funny. If he'd have gone to the WWF and Vincent said, start smiling. Magnum was a fun guy, but he didn't have a big smile. He was a serious face guy, but the people bought him even when he was green because he was so intense and he could portray violence and anger believably. And that's what the NWA fans were looking for. And they were just in awe of that in him because he had that fire.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right. Yeah, it is that grit of the territory that's, in contrast to, the sort of cartoony side, if you will, of WWF that it would be. And it is, and that was super eye-opening to me because obviously I knew Magnum TA and I'd seen some of those matches before, but just the process of making the episode, man, I just had a whole new appreciation for truly just how, amazing he was. Like just such a perfect babyface in all regards, just it was just incredible. So that's cool. Hey, and you're also
me and the Midnight Express worked with him in January 1984. That's when he'd been in the business period about 2 years. This is 2.5 years before his wreck. And you talk about intensity. Besides when he was green and stiff with those comeback punches, he would get a look on his face like he was legitimately pissed at you, and Bobby and Dennis would almost duck when he was coming to make a comeback. He's like, fuck, what's the matter with this fucking guy? But that's what, he had that. And then he would hit him with the stiff fucking green punches and they'd go, God damn, he really is mad.
Yeah. And it's also just real quick. It's incredible how, like you said, he's 2 years in the business. Like it's amazing how he went from super, super green to the main stage, like very, very, very fast. And of course, we tell that great origin story of Buzz Sawyer, basically working him for $10,000 to train him, which is a pretty sad but funny story that's in the episode as well too.
Well, that is the second week, and in the third week, we'll give him one more teaser involving good old James E. This is one that I had pitched for or supported or whatever for some time.
Campaigned.
Campaign even, and got petitions signed. But the story of the Graham family, specifically Eddie and Mike Graham in the modern generation, but involving also superstar Billy, who just passed away, and not only good old Crazy Luke, but Dr. Jerry Graham, the originator of the whole thing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, again, you, Dutch Mantel, a lot of folks had been just kind of insisting that we do it. And of course, with Tales from the Territories last year with Championship Wrestling from Florida, doing that episode, we got a lot of, amazing stories about Eddie and kind of got in that zone, from there in order to do this. And yeah, it is obviously a very incredibly tragic story. I kind of compare it in a way to the Von Erich episode we did in season 1, only in that it's kind of a familial, generational tragedy, kind of relentless tragedies in one family where, you have suicide kind of passing down through the generations as this kind of hereditary thing. And, obviously, Eddie Graham, just one of the greatest, minds of wrestling ever, one of the most influential, innovative promoters ever. And, I think it was his father, or was it his uncle and his father also took their own lives. And then of course, Eddie would take his son, Mike, who was obviously a wrestler as well too, would take his lone life. And then Mike's son also committed suicide. And it's just this kind of unfathomable story. But the title we landed on for the episode is it's called Breaking the Cycle, the Graham Dynasty. And that's majorly because we got Mike's daughter in the episode. And it's a very unique perspective because she was around for all of it, every aspect of this, minus of course, Eddie's, father and brother or uncle. But she basically talks about being a survivor of this. And she's the one member of this family who's going to break that cycle. And she really talks about how in that family, in the Gossett family, that's their real name, how when, one member of that family decides to make that choice with suicide, that it kind of makes it a viable option for everybody else. And so her big stance, through raising awareness locally in Florida, to really getting out, raising more awareness generally for mental health causes and things like that. She's really here to be the one to really stop that, put a stop to that in her family. So it's an incredibly tragic story, but it does get to the heights of, the Grahams at the height of their powers. It does take a detour into Dr. Jerry Graham for, probably your showstopper story of the season.
You can't put on the cutting room floor a man stealing his mother's corpse from a hospital. But
yeah,
when Billy Graham passed away last week ago now, and we did Brown and I did the podcast and talked about him. It's amazing that family, we drew some parallels. The Graham family, both Gossett, which was Eddie and Mike's real name, as you said, and Jerry was the only real Graham. But the Graham family and the McMahon family were intertwined in various ways for 50 years, from Dr. Jerry being a huge draw for Vince Sr., but a pain in the ass because he was alcoholic and mentally ill, but he was Vince Jr.'s favorite wrestler because he was an alcoholic and mentally ill and crazy. And then Vince Sr. came to work with Eddie, who did have the functioning alcoholism, but was a respected wrestler and promoter and businessman for 20 years, while at the same time, Vince Jr. patterned Hulk Hogan and everything that he would do in the wrestling business after superstar Billy Graham, the final, gimmick member of the family, who was the biggest box office attraction in the world for Vince Sr., and he still took the belt off of him and sent him into a downward spiral of depression. So it's amazing that those 3 generations, and then Shane was a huge superstar Billy Graham fan. He was like the Dr. Jerry to Vince Jr. Shane was to Billy or whatever. It's amazing what they couldn't get away from each other.
Yeah. And, for expectation reasons, I will say that when we did get to putting the episode together, interviewing Nicole, which is, Mike's daughter, and, Kevin Sullivan's in the episode, you're in the episode, putting it all together, it really was, wow, this is the story of Eddie and Mike and the family. And of course that detour with Dr. Jerry. And it was tough to do any sort of justice to, Superstar in the episode because of just, we wanted to really tell the story of the Gossett family, really. So we did. And, but hey, you never know. I mean, maybe now Billy Graham's story is, ready to be told for a future season. So that's something we should definitely be looking into.
Well, also for the rest of this season, rattle it off real quick and let us know who else we're going to be looking at or hearing about. And then we'll plug it one more time.
Okay. So that was week 3, the Graham family. Week 4, we're going to be looking at the story of Matt Bourne, aka Doink the Clown, the original Doink the Clown. I have to admit, this episode, going into it, I was like, I don't know what the Doink the Clown episode is going to be like. And it is pretty crazy from top to bottom. And I will tease and say that maybe a little unexpected avenue this episode goes down is it actually has there is a lot of mysterious circumstances surrounding Matt Bourne's death. So there is a true crime angle to the episode as well too that we went pretty deep on. So that's kind of a surprising twist in that story. But yeah, Matt Bourne, one of the best territory wrestlers, another unsung sort of talent, and then of course everybody remembers Doink, and so it's a peek into the creation of that character and how it really was kind of a twisted extension of Matt himself. So there's that. Week 5 is the Junkyard Dog episode, which we just finished up. Pioneering, Black Star of the territories. Jim, you're in that episode as well too. Snuck you in there.
Well, I know it's, once again, you have a public to consider. You have to please them.
We have a quota. We have to adhere to. But yeah, no, it was we've told a lot of Junkyard Dog stories over the course of the show and especially on territories as well too. And so it was a great opportunity to finally do this and to really trying to get to the heart of Sylvester Ritter, the person, the man behind the character. And there's actually a lot of folks in that episode that we've never had on the show before. So stay tuned for that. So that is week 6. That was week 5. Week 6 is one I'm really excited about, is the Adrian Adonis episode of the show. And it kind of is, or a large part of the episode is dedicated to the crash that took his life, which has sort of lived on, I feel like, as a kind of almost a legendary tall tale in some ways. Like you kind of hear these different details and rumors over the course of the decades since Adrian's passing. For those of you who don't know, he was traveling with 3 other wrestlers, and they swerved to try and not hit a moose, and the car, crashed into a ravine, and it took Adrian's life and everybody else.
Bear in mind, they were in the wilds of northern Canada.
Newfoundland.
Newfoundland somewhere. They weren't over in Poughkeepsie.
Yes, no, you're right. Yeah, exactly. So it's this kind of like a rural wilderness area. And this is really exciting because we did get to speak to the only person who survived the crash, which is one of the Kelly twins, who tells his story for the first time, which is very emotional, very intense. I didn't know either one of them were still alive. Well, obviously I knew one of them wasn't alive, but I didn't know the other one. Was still. I actually saw them wrestle in person 45 years ago. Yeah, wow, that's how old I am. Yeah, wow. Yeah, he lost his twin brother in that crash, and it's crazy. And so we get into the story of the Kelly twins a little bit. We get into what the hell is everybody doing in Newfoundland, to be in that situation in the first place. And and then we also talked to Ricky Johnson for that episode, Rocky's brother, who was just about 15 minutes behind them in this crash in another car. And he's kind of the first person on the scene. And he attests to some things that I won't want to spoil. So check that out. The Adrian Adonis episode, very excited about that one. Okay, the next week, week 7, we have Jim's favorite topic, which is Bash at the Beach 2000. We're going to be getting into, every season needs to have one, for lack of a better term, incident or, one episode that's kind of about like one moment in time. And we love those episodes.
One illustration of a stupid promotional tactic.
Sure. Well, you know, season 1's got the Montreal screw job. Season 2, you know, got into the Brawl for All. Season 3 got into the North Korea, the Collision in Korea pay-per-view. And so this season we wanted to do something that was about an event, because we love doing the event-based episodes, because, you know, it's hard to jam in all this biographical information into one single hour. But when you get to do one event, it lets you really get into the details and try to separate, especially in this case, fact from fiction. Maybe the hardest episode to determine what really happened ever.
You know, but think about this. In Montreal, when Vince tried to double cross somebody, at least he made a fortune out of it. They try to double cross somebody, they go out of business in WCW.
Yeah. And it's a chance to do an episode, dare I say, that's quote unquote more fun, you know, something that doesn't end in, you know, total tragedy.
The happy side of the ring.
It is. It is. It is a fun story. And then from fun into crazy wild, we get into, for week 8, we do Abdul the Butcher as a story, which I've been very looking for. I've been always wanted to do. One of my first interviews I ever did for the show, way back in 2017 or 2016, I think, whenever it was, we were super green and we interviewed Abdul the Butcher. And I was so intimidated and terrified by this guy when I first met him. I mean, he worked me left and right. I left without any, you know, I left with an empty wallet, let's just say, the whole time. And, oh yeah, it was classic. Yeah. Took him to Red Lobster and he ordered the entire menu for, you know, it was amazing. Anyway.
But it was Lobster Fest.
Not even, actually. But anyway, so Abdul the Butcher, when we first met him, was super protective, you know, kayfabe to the grave, was never going to open up about his real story or any type of, you know, background on, you know, Larry Shreve. That's his real name.
Yeah.
And so it was when we brought him in for Territories last year for the Stampede episode, he and his entourage, and he's still rolling deep with quite an entourage there. They basically came to us and said, you know, Abdullah is now ready to tell his story, you know. So we're like, oh, we got to jump on this. And so we did. And so the episode kind of looks back at his origin story, his pre-wrestling days, you know, coming from, you know, poverty in Windsor, Ontario. And then also you can see how a hustler is born, like 100% right there. And
well, you know,
then
that's the thing.
Yep.
Abby was always, he was a lesser, to a lesser extent, version of the Sheik in that he protected his gimmick and etc. There were details that were known, you know, but not that he would divulge. But for the most part, you never, like the Sheik, you never heard Abdullah talk or say anything to any great extent or reveal any of his, you know, previous life.
I mean, all the way up until like when I met him. I mean, I'd seen videos of him on the internet, you know, like taking a fork to a journalist's face. You know, I was terrified when I first met this guy. I was like, what am I expecting? No, it was a great experience this time around to get that story. There is again a lot of separating fact from fiction there, I will say, and it also gets into obviously his legal troubles of the last, you know, several years. You know, specifically with the hepatitis C, quote unquote, incident, for lack of a better term, and what he's going through now. So it does get into that. And then week 9, we have a personal favorite of mine. We have the Bam Bam Bigelow episode. One of my favorite wrestlers growing up as a kid, absolutely, was Bam Bam Bigelow. Just to me, like, I didn't even get a sense that he was like, I just thought that was him. There was no gimmick. Like, he is just that guy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he is, you know.
It wasn't far at you know, at some point. Sometimes they had him do some outlandish things on TV.
Sure.
Bam Bam was pretty much Bam Bam.
Flames for hair is just incredible. So Bam Bam Bigelow was an episode, I'll just say real quick, that it was like kind of like with the Road Warriors episode we did in season 2. It was kind of like, I don't even care what the story is. Like, I just love, you know, Road Warriors, Bam Bam. We'll just do the episode. We'll just find the story. And we were very surprised along the way. We got all of his family in the episode, you know, his ex-wife, his children. And it was just very eye-opening, just about Bam Bam's last, you know, his last years. And it's a wild ride. I did not expect this to be as emotional and as intense as it really is. So I think a lot of fans are going to be pretty surprised with that as well. And then kind of saving the craziest for the last, the finale episode for season 4 will be Marty Jannetty. Do I need to say anything else?
How many capital crimes did he confess to on camera?
Well, oh man, it's hard to quantify. But no, I mean, I'm just, I'm messing around. But the episode is very unique for us in a lot of ways. I'll just say this, I mean, Jim, you know this. Most of the time, we just show up. We're there for one day. We do an interview. It lasts a couple hours, and that's it. And we knew that if we were going to do a Marty Jannetty episode, we had to embed, in Marty Jannetty land for at least 4 days. So that's what we did. We actually spent a lot of time with Marty, living in his, natural habitat there where he is. And, he's in an incredible amount of pain from all of his injuries. We actually interviewed his doctors, and his doctors, we asked them, on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the amount of pain that Marty is in on a day-to-day basis? And they were like 12, pretty, yeah. And you'll see it in the episode. You'll kind of see what's going on there. But it really gets in, obviously, to the roller coaster ride of his rise, with the Rockers and Shawn Michaels and all that stuff. But it kind of gets into this story of, after the Rockers break up, and yes, he had all these other opportunities that he kind of squandered and self-sabotaged, because he did have a history with drug abuse and other things like that and just general craziness. But it sort of does get into this almost alternate universe, dare I say, that he kind of creates in an attempt to still remain relevant or to provoke or to be provocative or to still stay in some sort of fictional world, that he's manifesting through Facebook. But as we'll learn, because I don't want to give it all away, of course, you're sort of going to learn that there is some level of truth to some of the things that he's put out there. Maybe not an exact one-to-one truth, let's just say. So it's a little interpretive. I will say
there are alternative truths that can be. It depends.
Well,
it depends on which side of the looking glass you're on.
There you go. And we I think we landed on the perfect title for the episode, which is The World According to Marty Jannetty. It's the name of the episode.
Oh,
God. So that's going to be a wild ride. So you'll definitely want to tune in for that one. You should tune in for all of them, but I think we're all going to be kind of working our way to that episode.
Just now, is it true also that Vice has spent all of their last remaining available cash on a device that if you just tune onto their channel one time, it will not allow you to change the channel and get off that ever again. So you'll just be stuck on Vice, but you'll be able to see all 10 weeks of Dark Side of the Ring.
There you
That's
go,
a rumor I heard.
Yeah, there we go. I don't know.
All righty. Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about.
We better move it along here. But Evan, thank you very much. Again, it's Dark Side of the Ring Season 4, Vice TV. While it lasts, folks, get it while it's hot. Tuesday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern. For the next 10 weeks, we're going to be overjoyed with a plethora of pro wrestling programming. And Evan, I appreciate it. And we will have you back here either to answer for things if there's some controversy or to, again, discuss Season 5 if indeed that does take place. You never know in this modern world.
You never know. You never know. Every day's another day. So thank you guys so much for having me back. Always a blast. And thank you, Jim, for always being, the star of Dark Side. Appreciate that. And we'll talk to you next time.
It's a dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. It was great to see your back, Evan, especially after seeing your front.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I'll show you my front anytime.
All righty. That was the conversation that I had with Evan Husney just hours ago, and we bring that to you now, and we encourage everybody to watch Dark Side of the Ring this week and all of the next couple of months, just like we encourage everybody to remember that Father's Day is coming up, Brian. And Father's Day, for anybody, any male person in your family can be either a father or a grandfather, a substitute father, or a bad motherfucker, whatever the case, a guy in your life deserves some fucking meat. Give a guy in your life some meat for Father's Day this year, because what's the way to a man's heart? It's through his stomach. It better be through his stomach. He doesn't want you going through most of the other orifices. It depends on who you are. But anyway, right now, Father's Day is coming up, and that's why that Omaha Steaks, our friends over there in the state of Omaha, have got numerous packages of all kinds of delicious meats and various items that dads would want for Father's Day, whether you're grilling or whether you're inside broiling or frying or whether you're out in a boat fishing somewhere and just gnawing on this stuff raw. I just got my Omaha Steaks package the other day. Brian, I know you did. They've got the fork tender bacon wrap filet mignons. They've got air chilled boneless chicken breasts. They've got the pork chops, burgers, jumbo franks, even the dessert like the caramel apple tartlets. And as we've mentioned, you don't need an excuse to give the man in your life, whatever your relation is, food, meat, carnivorous items, because I went over the list here the other day. You don't want to give him like a bottle of booze. He could get drunk, go out, crash into a wall. That'd be it for dad. Or you give him a fishing pole. He goes out in a boat. He's still drunk. He falls out of the boat. He drowns. That's it for dad. Give him a gun. He could shoot his eye out, even if it's just a Red Ryder BB gun. So give him the safe alternative. There's no way that he can harm himself unless he takes this frozen meat that comes to you, flash frozen, ready to go, vacuum sealed, ready whenever you are to defrost and cook. The only way he can hurt himself with this mouth-watering meat goodness is if he puts it in a sock while it's all frozen and bashes his own self over the head. That's the only, and also...
Not advised.
Well, that's the thing. These bacon wrapped filet mignons especially, if you put them in a good tall dress sock and tie a knot around it, it's better than a fucking hockey puck when it's frozen. You can knock a son of a bitch into next week with one of these things.
I said not advised. You said that's the thing, and then you exactly ignored what I said. Yeah,
that's the thing. I haven't advised. You said it's not been advised. Well, I took care of that. I advised it.
No, it's not advised. It's not been advised.
Anyway. Oh, I thought you meant I was slacking off, and I should have advised people earlier that the best thing to do with these bacon wrapped filet mignons before you eat them while they're still frozen
is eat them.
Put them in a sock, wrap that thing up, and like a bolo, just swing it and bam! And you can defend yourself. You don't even need any other type of weaponry.
Put it in your freezer and then like a bolo onto the grill and then into your stomach. Enjoy it. It's delicious.
Put it in your mouth and suck on it. The mouth-watering juices. I mean, I'm talking, these things taste great however you like them. Rare, medium, well done. Knock the horns off and bring it out on a leash. However you like to prepare these things. The Omaha Steaks packages are the thing to get for dad, for Father's Day, or grandpa, or son, or brother, or a suspicious neighbor that keeps peeking over the fence. You go right now to omahasteaks.com and you select from all of the hand-curated gift packages that they've got. There's different amounts of different kinds of meats and things. And that's what you do. omahasteaks.com. Pick out the package you want and get $30 off your qualifying order. Now, there may be a minimum purchase required, but nevertheless, you will right now go to omahasteaks.com and save $30 off your package with the promo code JCE. omahasteaks.com, $30 off with the promo code JCE. $30 is like what? That's a half a cow. Or at least it's a good piece of a pig, or whatever type of meat that you prefer. That's a lot of it. As Frank Morrell said to me one time, boy, have you ever seen $50 worth of ham and eggs on a plate? No, you haven't. Nobody has. But I'll tell you what you will see. You'll see $30 extra in your bank account after you get one of these omahasteaks.com packages when you purchase it with the promo code JCE. That's what you'll see. Brian, have you ever seen $50 worth of ham and eggs on a plate?
I have not. I'm not a fan of either, so no.
You don't like eggs?
Not a big ham fan either, no.
You're not a fan of ham?
Sounds
what
terrible.
about bacon?
Bacon's all right.
Well, bacon is just crispy ham.
Ham sucks.
Well, now, what did a pig ever do to you? I've talked to 3 or 4 pigs that had good things to say about you.
Yeah, behind the dumpster. I know all about that kind of stuff.
And all of them were wanting to see you again.
Listen, I have no problem with pigs. I like bacon. I like sausage. I'm not a fan of ham.
Well, what do you eat with your eggs?
I don't eat the eggs.
Steak and eggs?
Unless the eggs are in the French toast, I don't need to eat the eggs.
What did those chickens do to you? You like chicken?
Are we in Reggie's Corner, or are we talking about Omaha Steaks?
Do you like chicken?
I love chicken.
Well, then why don't you like eggs? Because eggs is a chicken embryo.
Does it taste the same as chicken?
It's going to grow up to be a chicken.
Does it taste the same as chicken?
Folks, at omahasteaks.com, you can grow up to be any animal you want to be and get $30 off for Father's Day with the promo code JCE. And don't neglect your ham. All right, I guess the time has come. We've got to discuss AEW's television offering for Wednesday night, May 24th, the Dynamite episode. And I guess because it's coming up on a holiday, Brian, Memorial Day weekend. Here in the United States, I guess that is. It's not a worldwide thing. But remember in the territories, in the holidays, like Christmas time or when the kids were out of school this summer or whatever, they used to bring in the midgets or some kind of attraction. Hey, bring the kids. The midgets are wrestling tonight. That was in the newspaper ads. Well, in this case, I guess Tony thought, hey, bring the kids. Pockets is wrestling tonight. I got to explain to everybody that because of the announcement that was going to be made, I never watched this program live as it happens because I can't stomach it without fast forward and the ability to stop and pause and go away and compose myself, right? But because of the announcement they were going to make, I had some paperwork to do, and I plopped it down on the couch and I turned the TV on and I said, I will listen to this live or watch this live, at least through the announcement, and I'll do my paperwork in the parts that I would just normally not watch, right? So I couldn't fast forward anything. And the very first thing on the program is Pockets defending his Dollar General Store championship against the megastar himself, Kyle Fletcher. For those of you saying, who? Kyle Fletcher was the high school sophomore that attacked Pockets backstage from behind during a backstage promo last week and beat him up and picked up his prestigious Dollar General Store title and held it up next to apparently, Kyle Fletcher has won from the IWGP. He's got a belt. Everybody's got a belt. And that was the angle to have this match. And first off, what is Kyle Fletcher's gimmick, Brian? He's part of the tag team that I thought at first their name was Aussie Oldham. Now I see it's Aussie Open. His partner's injured, so he's doing singles matches. He looks like, as I said, an in-shape high school sophomore or junior. Maybe he's captaining the football team. He looks like he's 17 years old. He's in shape.
He looks like he's in his 20s.
And he's dressed like a video game villain. So what is his gimmick? Here's Kyle Fletcher. He's from Australia, but he doesn't dress like Crocodile Dundee. He dresses like a video game villain, but he doesn't look like a video game villain. He doesn't look like fucking General Zod. He looks like goddamn Alfalfa. So.
Alfalfa.
Yes, Alfalfa. His little hair sticking up on top of his head. Carl Alfalfa Switzer.
That's right.
So, what is his gimmick? He just they're dressing up. They're kids dressing up in cool costumes. The president. Imagine if goddamn Dusty Rhodes decided, you know what? I'd really like to dress up as a goddamn video game character. How would have he looked when he was the biggest star in the fucking business, coming out dressed up like one of the Ghostbusters, like they did on this show here a while back?
I don't even remember Kyle Fletcher coming out with that outrageous ring gear. That's why I'm a little surprised by this.
It's a goddamn giant robe with there's green things hanging down and fucking tassels, and
that's just a standout. I mean, if you look at Japanese wrestling, a lot of those, and he's primarily been wrestling over there, a lot of those wrestlers come out with flamboyant, spectacular outfits.
He looks about as flamboyant as a guy going for his fucking driver's license test. He's a fucking teenage kid.
Well, luckily he's against Mr. Charisma.
Well, that's the point I'm making. You've got this guy. We're not sure who he is or what he is, but he looks like he's in shape. But he's wrestling a fucking nondescript guy in blue jeans and a bad haircut who looks like he's playing wrestling with a good-looking high school athlete who's doing the aggressive parkour. And I was wrong about pockets in one aspect. Because, I've not dignified this to watch it for quite some time. But I said it's always the same thing anyway. He never changes. Well, I was wrong about that. He has changed. He's trying to wrestle. That's worse. Because instead of just doing a few fake things and standing around with his hands in his pockets, now he's doing everything that's ever been invented. And so is the other guy. And that's what it was. It looked... I understand now why the WWE fans roll their eyes at this when the WWE wrestling is just as silly or fake or boring in different ways. But these people look like children playing. And it goes on and on because they're on their trampoline in their mother's backyard, living out a fantasy of being on national television, doing this hoo-ha. And at one point, did you see? Pockets gives old Kyle Fletcher what was alleged to be a flying DDT off the top rope onto the apron of the ring, but he missed him and fell on his ass on the floor, and old Kyle went anyway. And they both almost killed themselves. And then they replayed it. And Taz actually missed the first time that they missed. And Taz said, now watch the impact here. And they replayed it. There was no impact. Where was the impact, Jerry? There is no impact. He missed everything.
Maybe that's his gimmick. He asked what his gimmick was because he also got the super kick before he got the super kick later in the match.
Yeah. And after these two had finished with their play wrestling video game match, no bump was left unsold. Everything either looked completely phony or like it should have killed somebody, but they got right up. The match made no sense from start to finish. It was a collection of moves that they've come up with that they did over and over, and it went for fucking ever. This is wrestling for people who don't like wrestling. It doesn't mean anything and they don't care and they're not going to remember it tomorrow, but it's just something to watch. And then the company mascot kicked out of, was it 2 or 3 tombstone pile drivers, including one off the second rope. And then won the match with some kind of half-ass roll-up that I think they kind of fucked up, but nobody could tell. And he retained the Tony Khan Junior High School Featherweight Championship. And at that point, we were 20 minutes into this program by the time they finished jacking themselves off. And I couldn't take it anymore, and I switched over to Jeopardy Masters, which I was recording to watch later, and came back to this fucking program the following day. Your thoughts?
You have any thoughts on who the Jeopardy host is? Mayim Bialik or Ken Jennings?
I gotta be honest, I like Mayim, but Ken Jennings is better, and it flows better. And he's more personable, I think. Mayim is possibly too intelligent to be friendly.
I think that's a very good assessment, and neither one of them were on this program, this friendly program. I mean, it was what it was. I don't really watch Orange Cassidy matches, but I did watch towards the end of it, just because I thought it may be ending soon. And, they got the crowd into it, and the crowd were hot, And there was a point, and I don't remember the specific example. And again, it's not my kind of thing all around, but there was a point here where it's like, okay, that was the moment to end it.
That was the time to go.
Like the crowd was peaking, and then it kept going after that, and it was noticeable to me at home that the crowd came down. And there's a lot of things at AEW that, and it's not just the matches, it's the promos too. There's a lot of things that should end quicker that don't, and it extends things for no reason.
They give the guys too long because, have a classic match, go 20 minutes. Well, part of the thing about booking, when you know how to do it, is don't give guys too long for the match they're probably going to have. In this case, in Pocket's case, we know 30 seconds is too long. It's just Tony's weird fucking fetish here or whatever. But at the same time, again, you can't. We talk about the matches in WWE being rushed through and being made unimportant. It's not the length of them necessarily as much as the fact that they're an afterthought, or they're broken up with so many commercial breaks, or the emphasis is on everything else. Here, the opposite is the problem. You get one of these stinkers going on, you can't get away from it. They will not end. And that's the common theme that I noticed when I started seeing independent shows in the late 2000s. And they set their match up ahead of time. They've got a bunch of cool moves. They get everything in the match, and then they end it with something simple. And they don't know how to go when the time is right. And they would get a match, the people would be raring to go and raving hot, and they'd be ready for the finish. Then it'd go 5 more minutes. And by then it's like, So that, and there's nobody either to teach these people here or that they will listen to when people are trying to tell them. Because if he kicks out of 1 tombstone pile driver, it'll be even better if he kicks out of 4. So that was this. So I picked the rest of it up later on my DVR, but did you see Ricky Starks, the guy we used to like before he became a whipping boy? How many times in a row does he end up either being carried out, dragged out, left on his face, laying, beaten up, or humiliated on this television program?
It's happened a bunch. I was kind of hoping when I saw this promo, okay, they've ended the stuff with him and Jay White. They're going to move on. Good promo. He's always a good promo.
So for the folks who were lucky enough not to see this, he did a promo backstage that lasted not even a minute and pretty much got finished. And then here came Gin and Juice and attacked him again and beat him up and threw him into a bunch of the equipment and whacked him with a chair. And then while Juice was lurking over the top of him, Gin White put an arm lock on him, like that's going to hold him immobile. And then the camera gets a close-up while they're committing physical assault so that they can then do a laughing promo to Starks, and he's apparently completely unable to do anything about this. And nobody's yelling, and nobody's coming to help. And this was one of the faker-looking things that I've ever seen, even on this television. And what it did was 2 things. It further reinforces that Ricky Starks is not a guy that we should give a shit about because he's not going to win in the clinch, and he's not a man that stands up for himself. He's a flunky that gets the shit kicked out of him in an unconvincing way. And at the same point, we don't really care about Gin and Juice because they're obviously not serious either, and they're just doing the typical, we're going to perpetrate a wrestling angle thing backstage. Starks never takes up for himself or stands up for himself. Can you imagine 2 middle card guys coming back and just beating up Cody Rhodes and then cutting a promo on him while they hold him down? Ay.
Someone posted, I saw the other day, that Jay White looks like Adam Cole and Pac had a baby.
All right. Hey, did you see the Jungle Boy is changing up his careers?
Hey, Derek. No, I didn't see that.
Well, yeah, because they showed a little bit of what he's doing now. He's quit wrestling and he's going out on auditions. And he did this. I don't even think this was actually the real audition. I think this was kind of a first reading for a part in a play that he did. It may have been on a teleprompter, or maybe he just memorized it because he's got a real good memory, or maybe he was hypnotized or somaed and he was reciting something that, somebody snapped their fingers and he had been hypnotized to recite these words. He didn't know what they meant. He didn't know he was doing it because there was no feeling or emotion in it. But he recited them all very well and didn't even use any contractions. Enunciated everything properly. He's in the main event of a fucking pay-per-view. And he's doing promos where it's like he's in a trance. What the fuck was this? Why would you air that?
And that's one of his good promos.
Not even. Seriously. They couldn't give him a second crack at that. That was the best they could get. Maybe it was a second or a third or a fifth or whatever, but he's in the main event of a pay-per-view. And this is how he was represented, except for when he comes out later on and stands there like a goddamn sleepwalker. Further comments on Jungle Boy?
I don't know what else to say. He was dressed like a sleepwalker when he came out later on. I've never seen him wear that outfit out there before.
I think he ought to come out holding a candle in one of those old-fashioned candle holders and wearing a fucking stocking cap with a ball on top of it hanging down to his crotch.
I think it's time to make Jungle Boy a chicken shit heel and take advantage of the fact that he's so much smaller than everyone and the fact that whether he's a good guy or not, he comes across as a disinterested rich kid in these promos.
It doesn't matter. He wouldn't get any heat because he doesn't have any personality. He could be a heel, do heel things, but it wouldn't look like he meant them because it doesn't look like he means this because he's sleepwalking.
Maybe you can make Anna Jay his mommy.
Again, Anna Jay looks lovely, but they ought to, if they've got any idea of pairing her up with him on camera, they ought to end that real quick and get some use out of her by putting her with some top guy that she could actually accentuate. All righty then. So the FTR live in-ring promo on this program that continues to parade along. They're making me dislike the people I like. They sent these guys out there. They've got nothing to talk about because this issue has been poorly conceived with Jeff Jarrett and his gang. And it's complicated and confused and muddled, and which side's Mark Briscoe on? And they're trying to sell it, but what are you selling? And Dax has to do the promo that, basically a promo on TNA for the smart fans to get anybody to react. Jeff, you've broken 1 million guitars to stay relevant. You bunch of TNA rejects. Gee, talk about maybe don't tell the truth about the fucking baby faces. Don't tell the truth about the heels in this situation. And then he drops Dixie Carter's name to get a pop. And then here comes Mark Briscoe's music. And he gets in the ring, and I'm thinking, oh, no. Because Mark is mad because Dax pile-drived him when Dax had the liquid spit in his face by Sanjay, and Dax was blind. They just showed the footage, and it's clear what happened. And Mark is still mad about it. He didn't watch the footage. You're making Mark needs to look crazy, but not stupid. He needs to be the crazy guy that's smarter than everybody else, because he actually is. His IQ's 150-something or whatever. But he doesn't need to look like he doesn't know what the fuck went on, so he slaps Dax. But then to make sure that everybody still doesn't know what side he's on, he storms out of the ring, and here comes Jeff and the whole gang, and Mark slaps everybody except Jay and Zippy the Pinhead.
And the giant has his arms out. He's like, oh, what's wrong? He's a commiserating giant. He's like, come on, hey. Hey, I'm bigger than everyone, but relax.
And Mark told Jay that he was tired of the bullshit. They bleeped bullshit, and they bleeped something that Dax said. So they're cracking down on the language. But again, Mark should have slapped the Giant. That might have saved this thing. But the Giant is not in any way intimidating. He looks like a big goof and acts like one. And this whole thing is, again, Mark Briscoe, the referee, the guy who's in the middle of this, he should be a singles top babyface going for a major championship in this company. Because that opportunity was lost along with so many more. And now he's being made to look stupid, and nobody gives a shit about this. And FTR and Jay Lethal and Jeff Jarrett are going to be an excellent tag team match. But nobody gives a fuck about it because the way that everybody's been built and used and treated, much less this issue in specific. And I'm afraid they're going to fucking gimmick the whole thing up to where it's going to be a mess with 18 run-ins. We don't even get a good match out of it. So there you go. You tell me what you think.
Unfortunately, this is what was obviously the road they were going down in terms of the creative issues with this series of angles and whatever this is. I don't want to see the match. With that said, I'm willing to bet it'll be a good match. Dax Harwood and Cash in there with Jay Lethal, it will be good. If Jeff can't work at that pace, that's when you get all the smoke and mirrors. That's when you get Karen running out there doing whatever she did on TNA when I didn't watch, and you get the Giant out there doing nothing.
If Jeff can't work at that pace, he will still be able to do entertaining shit that people haven't seen that will be new and get them into the match. What I'm worried about is the finish. That has nothing to do with the pace. The smoke and mirrors might come in the finish, that it'll get overcomplicated.
They have really squandered FTR just since getting back the tag team titles. And again, this doesn't feel like a world tag team title feud. Then you get to this match. Again, it could be good. We'll see what happens. But the Mark Briscoe stuff drags it down to being so stupid, like you said.
Yeah.
Because it was cool watching him walk away, slapping everyone and pushing everyone. Yeah, that was great. But he doesn't see any of the shows for the last few weeks. None of his friends sent him the clip. Nothing. He had no idea what really happened. He's still mad about that. I joked about it the other day in the preview, that it's Mark Briscoe on the pole. That's what this feels like. This is everything I was afraid of with the worst of Jeff Jarrett. And I'm not saying he's guilty of everything with this, but the feeling. It's the feeling. And Dax is out there talking about Dixie Carter on this show. This feels like TNA. This doesn't feel like it belongs. Hopefully they have the match and everyone moves on from there.
Speaking of moving on, Renee Moxley Good was in the back with Sammy Guevara, and she tells him that MJF's offer that he made still stands. If he'll lay down in the four-way, he'll get the big check. But Sammy, I'll have you know, is a babyface this week, and he's not for sale. And he actually said now they've got dueling, maladjusted loser 20-somethings appealing to apparently what they believe to be the biggest part of their audience they have left, which is loser, maladjusted 20-somethings. Because now Sammy's doing Darby's gimmick. He said, I had people tell me what to do. Well, I refuse to grow up and live in the real world like all my old bosses at my old jobs told me to do. Jesus H. Christ. No wonder you're a fucking putz now.
It used to be like, I was so bad I couldn't work anywhere. I couldn't have a boss. Now it's like, everyone told me what to do. I didn't want their advice. I'm going to do it my way.
They kicked Dick the Bruiser out of the Green Bay Packers for being too rough for the NFL.
That's right.
And fucking hitting his coach over the head with a fucking helmet. But Sammy said, I wouldn't fucking... Later on, Darby says, yeah, I used to fucking clean toilets at a goddamn flea market or whatever he said. Yeah.
Hey, by the way, what advice were they giving him that he was ignoring? I mean, he wasn't working at like some major office, I don't think. So was it just like, show up on time?
Yeah, show up on time and make sure when the dinger goes off on the fryer, pull the basket out.
Tuck your shirt in. Like, what was the advice that he ignored?
Kid. Yeah. Because also this had to be so many years ago. He's like, what, 24? So many years ago.
No more flips off the roof.
Apparently, they think that the audience they have left at this fucking soft trampoline wrestling appeals to is a bunch of loser 20-somethings that look up to people that say, I wouldn't grow up and live in the real world like everybody told me to. And sooner or later, I found a sucker billionaire to give me a lot of fucking money to do stupid shit. All right. The 6-man tag team title was on the line with the House of Black defending against the 6-man duo of AR Fox, Blake Christian, and Metallic. And this babyface team was so weak that they got their entrance in the break. So, and they come up, they're already in the ring. Poor old referee Aubrey Edge, she was trying to hold up all 3 of those heavy belts. She was sway backed, poor thing. She couldn't hardly support all that weight. And the House of Black had their weird lighting effect. And they did a bunch of shit, and nobody knows who these fucking baby faces are or cares. We'll probably won't see them again for 6 fucking months. But at the same time, they let them do a bunch of shit. And then the House of Black won with 3 simultaneous submission holds at the same time, which is sort of the meaning of simultaneous. Did I miss anything, or was that a proper overview?
I mean, it's an interesting match to have. The spectacle of them, whether you like it or not, it's a different look. They do their thing. They're wrestling. I mean, AR Fox, out of the 3 of those guys, has been on this show the most, and he's barely been on this show. Metalik, I believe, was a star. Was it NXT, or he was in the Cruiserweight division or 205 Live in I don't even remember exactly. I don't think we've seen the other guy before. It was really about the House of Black. Do they put this match on this show because they know they're not going to win the ratings this night? Or do they think this is the best way to showcase them? And what do you think of the look in the room with the lights?
It's just, I like the idea of the arena being dark. I don't want to see all the people in the stands in the entire arena through the whole fucking match. I like attention being on the ring, but this is just, it looks different. That ain't always bad, but it's just spooky kind of they get their own lighting treatment. Fuck. It worked for Kane, and even then it didn't go for fucking ever. Except for Julia Hart, who looks great and ought to be the corner woman for a top guy because she would add to the package. Don't let her wrestle. I don't, and the one of the tattooed guys was okay when we saw him as a single, but we never see that. And I just,
The other problem was they had this big 6-man tag team tournament, the trios tournament, after everything had All Out, with the Elite and Death Triangle and the usual suspects. Since these guys won the 6-man tag titles, there's no division. That's why they're wrestling. Any 3 men who want to get together can wrestle us. Yeah, because there's no division.
Yeah.
There are no other 6-man tag teams competing in this right now.
Just like there are barely any tag teams competing in this company.
Jeez.
But there's plenty of groups. And speaking of groups, the BBC was backstage and they blathered. And, I think I've come up on another reason why this doesn't make any sense at all, because they're the top heel group in terms of positioning on the card and the way they're being presented. But they do the worst heel promos because they don't think that they're heels. They think they're cool. The plumber thinks he's cool. It's going to be a storm of violence. So they do horrible things in terms of violent things to people, but they're not doing them from behind. They're not cheating. They're not, you can't really tell what cheating is anymore in this company because everybody just does whatever they want. But there's no element of any attempt to make you dislike these fucking people because of their actions. He thinks he's cool. And now it's just, well, you're going to be heels because that'd be badass because we'll be cool heels and we'll drink blood and storm violence. And so this doesn't make any impact on anybody otherwise than the people watching wrestling to see play fighting, which is the miserable, meager audience they're left with because they won't do anything to make anybody else watch. But do you think that they're horrible heel promos because they're not heels? They're just beating up all the baby faces.
The way Moxley allows himself to be booked doesn't go together with a heel that's going to be booed, especially considering the fans are predisposed to like him. I don't even think he's the biggest issue with the promos, as ridiculous as he is. And at this point, as funny as he is. But Danielson, to me, it just feels like he's trying to work himself up into something he doesn't believe.
Yeah. And Bryan Danielson, one of the greatest wrestlers in the world, has been completely minimalized and is just bopping around out there on the periphery of the thing.
This is the weekend of the pay-per-view, and I'm assuming that this feud may go on for a little longer, but the pay-per-view's here. This is a big match, the Anarchy in the Arena match. It feels like Danielson's still trying to sell us whatever the hell this group's supposed to be. And we're going into the pay-per-view. That's the problem. Claudio and Yuta did a great job standing there doing nothing.
Well, speaking of people who usually do a great job but are hamstrung, hampered, or handicapped by the environment they find themselves in, I think MJF's triumphant string of in-ring promos came to a crashing end here. He comes out, he throws coffee or something on Tony Schiavone. He knocks the people a little bit. He did say he wanted Jungle Boy in an echo chamber so he could bore himself to death listening to himself. And I wrote here, as this is going on, MJF is great. What does he have to talk about? A forced story that Tony Khan wanted to tell because he decided he was going to tell it 4 years ago. And he's trying so hard to figure out some way MJF is to sell that these other three are on his level and somehow pay-per-view attractions while trying to be a heel and say they're not on his level. And then he's sick of the lack of competition and competency in that company and respect for what he's done. And he's doing the contracts coming up and wants to leave again deal, which that story in itself, and with all of the other things that were going on with MJF at one time, that may have been great, but I think that may be a rickety bridge that they do not want to tread anymore, that people are unhappy here at the incompetency and that they want to leave for bigger companies. But then whether he's going to take his ball and go home or what, he's doing this promo, he's trying too hard to get this fucking issue over. Because apparently he, like everybody else, realizes it's not. And then Darby's music plays. And I'm thinking, my God, it's 56 minutes into the show. They got 4 minutes to the top of the hour. They're peaking early. They mismanaged their time. They are not going to get Darby and MJF in the ring face-to-face at the 9 o'clock hour with anything interesting because they're too early. And that's where Darby goes on his spiel, which works for him because look at him. He looks like a former homeless person that's made a lot of questionable decisions in his life. And you could identify with him and his, deprived upbringing or whatever the fuck. Sammy just did his gimmick. But Darby now talks about, when I graduated high school, I did what everybody wanted me to do, and I ended up cleaning toilets. Well, maybe instead of graduating high school, you should have bothered to learn how to get a fucking job. I don't know what to tell you. That's what I would say, but I know there's people that are identifying with this motherfucker. I was making quite a comfortable fucking income when I was still in school through the wrestling business without having to take any bumps, but nevertheless. He said, I lived in my car and I cleaned toilets, but AEW saved me. So now I can live how I want to live with Travis Pastrami and I can climb Mount Everest. And he's doing the same thing Sammy was just trying to do, appeal to all the losers and bums that would look up to him for sleeping in his fucking car. Brian, would you would you not turn to crime before you had to sleep in your car, just as an aside?
I slept in my car a few times.
Did you really?
Yeah, I parked out in Jones Beach, slept in the car.
Well, but that was on purpose. You had a place to go.
I was hiding from the cops. No, I had a place to go. I wanted to sleep on the beach.
Okay, well, he was talking about doing it not as an option, but as a necessity.
Yeah,
Nevertheless.
I had an option.
And again, so Darby says he's going to win with a headlock takeover, and MJF responds by kicking him in the balls. And then Sammy's music plays, and he hits the ring, and MJF runs off. But as MJF is in the entranceway, Jungle Boy's music plays. Well, now MJF is trapped. You got Jungle Boy on the top of the stage, 50 feet on one side of him. And you got Sammy in the ring on the other side of him, 50 feet. And obviously, he can't just turn and hop over the rail and leave through the fire exit. So he has to try to run and hit Jungle Boy with the belt. But Jungle Boy ducks. So now MJF, the world champion, is having to do duck spots on the apron with this fucking clown. Jungle Boy ducks, and MJF turns right around. He was running away, right? When Jungle Boy ducked, MJF was running up toward the exit. But instead, he turns around and runs right back at Jungle Boy so Jungle Boy can clothesline him. And then Jungle Boy picks up the world title belt and stands there like the poster boy for Propofol with no expression on his face, no movement, not firing anybody up, not excited, not energetic. And as a result of that, the fans were not, underline not, losing their minds over any of this. And the whole thing was over by 9 o'clock. So the top of the hour saw a pre-tape with Wardlow and Arn Anderson in the back. Your thoughts on this preposterous attempt at trying to make this match interesting?
I mean, I don't think it's all MJF's fault. I mean, when you said it's the first in-ring promo that you don't like, I mean...
That's what I'm saying. They sent him out there with nothing.
It's all on his shoulders.
He's got nothing to talk about. He's got nothing that nobody cares, and he's trying too hard because he knows it.
You know, instead of this being the first Wives Club feud, of like the three enemies who get together because they mutually hate MJF, it should have been, what was that movie, Loverboy? Where he's fucking everyone's girl, and they're all mad at him, and they go after him for that. Because you could at least understand that. None of this makes any sense. I don't want to hear any more about anyone in high school. I can't think of any wrestlers when I was growing up. I mean, we knew Randy Savage played minor league baseball and Hulk Hogan was a bass player. But I didn't know what anyone was like in high school, or the trials and tribulations of dealing with bosses, or any of these things. We know it about all four people in this match. All four of them talk about, like, being teenagers still. We need to get past that. I also don't want to hear any more of the whole AEW saved me. I mean, maybe that's true. Do it on a podcast interview or something, but that doesn't need to be in the ring and on this show in front of the crowd.
So that reinforces everybody's opinion in the viewing audience that, oh, well, all these jack-offs must be a bunch of fucking unemployed, homeless losers, and they pick them up and teach them how to flip and send them out to the ring. That's what they're making wrestlers out to be.
This feud has been poorly put together. You know, the good thing is Darby has proven himself to be good on the mic. The bad thing is I think that the more comfortable he gets, he's talking too much.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's going to be a big help. Where they go with Sammy after this will be interesting because, again, he's been a heel babyface. We'll see what happens, but...
Boy, if they wanted to elevate Sammy, I wonder why his former boss, Chris Jericho, didn't put him over on his way out of that group, because obviously he's now not affiliated with that group anymore. He hadn't been seen with them. He's not involved in their current activities. Maybe Jericho might have slipped him over on the way out, but no, that would have gotten in the way of something.
Can you imagine if MJF, after he beat Danielson, all of a sudden he's out there doing a promo and Sammy comes in there out of nowhere and just goes after him? This guy was hitting on my girl in the back when I was in the ring. Same thing with Jungle Boy. This guy was hitting on my girl when I was in the ring. Darby will make up a girl. We'll get some girl, put some makeup on her. People will believe it. You know, paint a skull on her face.
Or Travis Pastrami.
Like, that would have been something at least you could understand why everyone's trying to get to him and everything that's going on. Not that you don't understand the motivation, but no one cares about the motivation here. It's been poorly done. A waste of MJF.
Well, nevertheless, I gotta make mention of this. Taya Valkyrie versus Lady Frost. And I don't know what's happened. Do I have a brain tumor, Brian? Didn't we see Taya Valkyrie have a couple of good matches? She looked good in that Frankie Monet gimmick in NXT. And she looks great regardless. She's got the size. She's striking look. I thought for sure we'd seen her have some good matches, hadn't we?
You seem pretty pumped up about her when she got to NXT. I'd never seen her before then. I don't remember any of her matches in NXT. The big match I remember her having in AEW was that match with Jade, which...
Yeah.
Remember she rolled herself up? She leaned into Jade's legs and rolled herself up? That was it. Other than the reputation, I have never really seen her. This was my first exposure other than a Jade match.
I don't know what fucking happened, but I mean, and I don't know about Lady Frost either. She could be Chilly Willy for all I know, but they tried to do a lucha match, and neither one should be trying to do lucha, it didn't look like, because that didn't pan out. And this was just awkward as fuck, and toward the end, Lady Frost was turning cartwheels for no apparent reason, and they were just pushing each other and rolling around, and the crowd was like they were in suspended animation. And I thought Taya was supposed to be the baby face because she's the one that Jane Cargill screwed over and wasn't allowed to use her finish against Jane, but yet Taya seemed like the heel here. But yet won with hers and Jane's and Beth Phoenix's finish. And this was brutal. That's all I got to say about that.
I wouldn't say it was brutal. I wouldn't say it was good. It was certainly not something I thought I should see around 9 o'clock on the show. And I thought Lady Frost looked fine. I'd never seen her before. But there are big issues with women's wrestling all throughout AEW, and they just seem to add fuel to the fire and never do anything to actually fix things or make them better.
Well, and then, of course, we were to the point in time in the program where Tony Khan made the big announcement, which we covered that on the breaking news finale of the drive-thru, but he made the announcement that the debut taping or debut event of Collision on Saturday nights would be June 17th at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. So obviously by inference, if nothing else, one is led to believe that Punk will be on the card. And we played the audio. We heard the mixed reaction because a lot of people cheered and some others booed. And one would think, since that was a small crowd in a half-full building in Las Vegas, that would be the hardcore AEW fans that would be more predisposed to like the Buckaroos and Twink. But nevertheless, we talked about how much damage have they done to all of the reputations of all of their top talent. Many of the top talent have been on a campaign for the last 9 months to make sure people think that CM Punk is the incarnation of pure evil and must be destroyed at all costs, so his reputation has been damaged with some segment of the fans. Conversely, the EVPs and their sycophants and hangers-on have been so childish and weaselish in the way that they've made fun of the situation, even not being able to talk about it on the TV show. And those events have been well documented, how they made fun of Punk and what happened. So they've got the Punk fans, and the regular wrestling fans didn't like these jackoffs anyway. Now the Punk fans will be mad at them because they've been fucking around with Punk. So they've managed a rare lose-lose in that some segment of their fan base has been taught over the last 9 months not to like, and not in a heelish, we don't like him way, but in a way like we don't want this motherfucker in the company, or we don't want to see these assholes. They've managed to do that to several of their main event level talents. So this is really a wonderful thing to behold. And also Tony's eyes. We talked about that they've obviously coached Tony. He's reading off a teleprompter now. They've told him he's got to calm down. He's got to breathe in between words. Sometimes he's got to measure his speech, and they're probably turning the teleprompter at the correct, speed for him to talk. But Brian, they got to do something about the eyes, don't they? Those eyes as big as pie plates. He looks like a deer caught in headlights. They don't blink. They're not shifty. They're frozen. They're the opposite of shifty. They look straight ahead like he's got heat vision. He could burn through a fucking safe. Right?
Like he has heat vision.
I mean, this is what he's trying to do. Either that or he's trying to fucking send his thoughts into your head.
Oh, my God. Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, just think about how much different it would be if he was still wearing glasses instead of contacts. It would be almost bigger once they got through the giant glasses.
Well, because the glasses, and like Les Thatcher's glasses he used to wear, that, he had some pretty thick lenses. It looked sometimes like a seal peering through a block of ice. But the thing that I'm thinking would be the last step that Tony needs to make himself an acceptable, a palatable television personality, he's got to cover up the eyes. He's got to cover up the eyes, those giant searchlight eyes. And I think the best way to do that, Brian, would be with a pair of Shady Rays.
Oh, what a suggestion. That's a great idea.
Yeah, because if Tony came out there with the Shady Rays on, then people wouldn't be immediately attracted and distracted to and by his giant softball-size orbs staring a hole in you and trying to, as I said, burn potentially his thoughts into your brain, because Shady Rays are distracting in a good way. People will say, hey, look at that guy over there with those sharp-looking sunglasses on his face. That's what, and then right there, you got them after that. Once they like your sunglasses, they're yours. Just sit on that park bench and eye them with bad intent. Folks, Shady Rays makes high-quality sunglasses that are just as good or even better than the expensive, highfalutin, hoity-toity brands that'll just take your pocket and pick it. And Shady Rays are a fraction of the price. They're durable. They're built to tackle all of your outdoor adventures, aggressive parkour, trampolining. The styles are timeless, and it means there's never a time for a style like this. And they're on point. They make you look great. And they've got polarized lenses for crystal clear vision and strong sun protection. As a matter of fact, you know how they do those polarized lenses? They take them first to the North Pole and then to the South Pole, and they test them. They have some Eskimo put them on and stare at the sun or the northern lights for an hour straight and then see if they go blind or piss themselves. That is the real test, ladies and gentlemen.
That is not the real test. That is not the real test.
Right there.
No, that is not the real thing you should do.
If you can stare at the sun for an hour straight without losing control of your bodily functions, that's the test of a good pair of sunglasses.
That is not how the polarization works for these glasses, ladies and gentlemen, but they are beautiful, they are nice, they are comfortable, and they do the job. Shady Rays.
Well, and if you want to look at the Aurora Borealis up in the northern poles, why don't they have an east pole and a west pole?
Where would it be?
Well, it'd be on the east and the west.
Where?
Right there where the north and south pole are, except in the equal part on the east and the west. What, have I got to do all this for you? You didn't go to school? Speaking of strong, folks, here's why you don't worry about losing or breaking your Shady Rays, because every pair is backed by the industry-leading Lost and Broken Replacements program. If you break or lose your pair, the second you take them out of the box, they will send you a replacement pair, no questions asked. And if you put them on your face and then you fall off something, and you not only break your sunglasses, but you break your face as well, they will pay for your plastic surgery to have your nose put back on the right part of your face.
Any accidents that happen to you while you happen to be wearing Shady Rays sunglasses are Something that Shady Rays has nothing to do with. There is no liability towards Shady Rays.
What if the Shady Rays break and stick up your fucking nostril and go into your brain and cause you to become a vegetable and talk like a babbling fool and speak only in ancient Greek?
So what you're saying is you want to encourage the listeners to sue the sponsor.
No, I'm just saying that there has to be some culpability. Let's say, for example,
No, it's not their fault. It's not their fault. Let's say
for you're drunk as Cooter Brown and you're trying to walk along the side of the street and you fall out into the road and you get, bam, hit by a goddamn passing bread truck or possibly a septic tank pumping truck, and it drives the goddamn Shady Rays that you've just put on your face straight up into your fucking brain. And you have to have a brain surgeon come down from Teterboro specifically to take them out of your fucking head, then certainly they'll send you another pair of sunglasses. Yes, we're not arguing that, but
not
certainly wouldn't they at least send you some kind of wound dressing treatment or something to put on that hole? Because the Shady Rays are so durable, your skin and bones are going to give first before these things do.
They don't have wound pads on hand to send out to people. And of course, if you were in an incident like that, it sounds like you really want to focus on the septic tank company, or maybe whoever supplied you with the liquor, or maybe even the liquor company itself, as opposed to, why not go after the people who made your shoes? Your socks?
Well, you got a good point there.
Your
Fuck
belt.
those people. If you hadn't stepped in that fucking puddle and your shoes fell apart because they got wet, you might not have tripped and fallen out in the road. But I thought wound dressing supplies were a federal requirement now with OSHA.
Not to send the people, to have in the office place, maybe.
Well, you could send them out for free, if you wanted to take care of people. Anyway, with every order, folks, Shady Rays Impact Program works with nonprofits worldwide to make an impact on the lives of children and young adults, many of whom have been hit by a truck. They build places.
No, they haven't.
Well, you can't tell that for sure. You can't swear.
You can't swear.
Some of these pediatric cancer patients or young adults with cancer and MS, they could have also been hit by a truck. Shady Rays will help them too. They're not going to discriminate. Anyway, support Shady Rays to support the lives of children and young adults that are being helped by the Shady Rays Impact Program, as well as cover up your eyes so that if you're on television, people won't see that you're addicted to Adderall. And right now, folks, what's better than getting one pair of Shady Rays and not worrying if you break or lose them? Getting two and not worrying about anything. You won't have a care in the world. You'll fritter away your worries. You'll put them on down the road when you go to shadyrays.com/JCE and use the code JCE for a limited time. Buy one pair of Shady Rays, get a second pair for free. SHADYRAYS.com/JCE, code JCE, second pair of Shady Rays free from JCE, because that's me.
That's right. Shady Rays, not Shady Raids. Those are what Jim used to do in high school.
Shady Raids. Sometimes it was at night. Under cover of darkness, we would make those raids.
Shady Rays!
Yeah, they're the same people I was just talking about. So Hangnail Page is back on the program with an eye patch that looks ridiculous on him. And he was talking to Officer Bar Brady, who asked him if he was friends with the Buckaroos and Kenny. And I don't know what his answer was. He didn't know about the Buckaroos. He didn't know if he and Kenny were ever friends, but at one point they were like family. So apparently he doesn't like a lot of his family because they're not his friends. I don't know. Moving on.
I couldn't get past the eye patch because we've had other people on this show with eye patches. Pac, Julia Hart, Moxley, various people with eye patches. Always a black eye patch.
Yeah.
He has a brown eye patch. That means they said, do you want this? He goes, no, I need one that's more color coordinated with my thing. I can't go with this.
Wait a minute. How do you know what color his thing is?
His thing being his gimmick.
Oh.
That's the thing I couldn't get past. The idea that he has the only brown eye patch we've seen in AEW history.
Well, he went to a designer eye patch place and got the latest colors. All right. Contract signing Chris Jericho and Adam Cole. It's a contract signing for a non-sanctioned match. So they had to explain that it's just a personal contract between Chris Jericho and Adam Cole, even though there was the AEW logo was on the paperwork again. But did you hear that? They had to explain, how can you sign a contract for a non-sanctioned match with the company? Well, it's a contract between the two of them that they'll allow anything to happen.
Yeah, my lawyer would let me sign that.
And I wrote at the top, when Adam Cole is sitting there, Jericho comes out with Judas and whole gang. And I wrote, good God, if a top babyface had to sit in the ring while the fans universally sang word for word the heel song on his entrance in the territory days, you would have only seen it happen once. No babyface would have worked unless Chris Jericho was the booker or an owner of part of the office. Every babyface in the territory days would say, if that son of a bitch comes out here and let these fans sing his song, I'm not working with him. It's ridiculous. So then Adam signs the contract and cuts the promo on what Jericho actually didn't do. The miscellaneous Saraya and her group of girls did to Britt Baker. Jericho handcuffed Adam. He had to watch a long promo about what Adam Cole was going to do to Jericho on Sunday. Among those things are he's going to break his legs, shatter his jaw, break his hands. Whatever happened to the old deal about a babyface shouldn't promise shit they aren't going to accomplish? Chris Jericho would be in a body cast.
The heel came out with the fans singing his song. Babyfaces and heel traditional stuff is out the window with whatever they're doing here.
That's what I'm saying. That's why none of this matters. And nobody cares.
You know what else? They played that video of when Jericho and Saraya and the Outcast took down Britt while Adam Cole was handcuffed. Watching it again, it wasn't that bad. Britt was rolling around. She didn't bleed at all. She just rolled around and didn't even seem like she was yelling as much as Cole was. He was yelling at Jericho to do something. And Britt's been on TV ever since. How bad was it?
Yeah, she didn't lose any time. We didn't see any surgery footage. She wasn't out any longer than anybody else disappears on this program. It was just more shit. They've seen this. They've seen these things done or heard about these things being done in wrestling in the territories or old video or whatever. They don't know how they're put together, how they're carried out, how they're followed through on. It's just endless. Oh, let's do that thing we saw on a videotape.
And we just saw a contract signing on Raw. They did it better. Adam Cole should have said, woof, woof, bitch.
And after both of them droned on, and by the way, Jericho Stooges, again, all the heels, Daddy Mac, Mac Daddy, and Cool Hand Luke, and Jake Hager, and Danny Garcia, they all look ridiculous on purpose. They're visually comedy and not to be taken seriously. Nobody's getting any heat here. Chris Jericho and Adam Cole are talking seriously, but there were holes you could drive a 18-wheeler through in the angle and the logic before and after it. And in the behavior of all the people involved here, you can tell they're not serious. So nobody's getting any heat. It's just shit they're saying to each other. And then when Jericho brings up, well, there's still 5 of us and only 2 of you because Adam's there with Roderick Strong, that's when Adam says, so I made a phone call to a guy I idolized growing up. And out comes the Sheik. It looked just like him. Sabu has aged into the Sheik. He was wearing the nice suit and the headdress and the jewelry, just skinnier than the Sheik ever was at that stage in his life. But he looks like, with the beard and everything, he looks like, but it was Sabu. And he comes out and gets in the ring and does his pointing and does his stuff. And obviously, number one, they explained he does live there in Las Vegas. But also, this crowd, they remember Sabu. They know who Sabu is. I'm not trying to diminish his reputation in the industry at one time, but they bring out one guy that everybody also knows he's had to physically retire. He can't do this anymore. He's almost 60. In the suit, he looked like he might be about 170 pounds now. And he's one guy coming out, and there's still 5 of them. Now it's 5 against 3, with one of the guys being almost 60 and 175 pounds. And then he throws a chair and clocks Mac Daddy, and the rest of them just fucking run off. But I'm certainly not opposed to using wrestling legends on a wrestling show. But did this kind of just fall flatter than piss? Because not only did almost nothing happen, but this is not this ain't Stone Cold Steve Austin coming back to be in somebody's corner at SummerSlam or something, right?
No, look, nothing's hot right now, show-wide, but specifically this is Adam Cole's comeback. Does it really seem like it matters? They did an angle where they beat up his girlfriend while he's handcuffed. She's on the show just doing other things now. I mean, does any of it seem like it matters? Jericho's still the same goofy Jericho he's been for a while, so you can't take him seriously. If you've been watching AEW since the beginning, you kind of know what you're going to get. Now, like you said, him and the Jericho Appreciation Society, it's run its course. It did a while ago. It's time to move on. I can't imagine why anyone would be looking forward to this match.
So that was that. And then a bunch of people got up in arms that they brought Sabu in because I guess, I'd forgotten about this, but a couple of years ago when Jim Ross fell and blacked his eye and tweeted a picture of him with a black eye and he'd hurt himself, Sabu just cussed him out and said, send me the $150,000 you owe my uncle, the Sheik, and all this other stuff. And people retweeted that. And he's also said I can't even say these words that Sabu said, racist and or sexist and or homophobic and all this shit on Twitter. And people were like losing their minds over that. I think everybody knows Sabu's had fucking issues, right? I don't know him well enough personally to know whether he, as a normal person walking around in a sober state, really is any of those phobics. But I know that he had a lot of problems, was on a lot of stuff that would make you tweet irrational and maniacal and or variously misspelled things or say them in public. But is he on the canceled list, or has everybody almost just kind of realized that he was fucked up on drugs for a long time and said a bunch of crazy shit?
Well, I don't think any of that matters. No one cares if you're on drugs or drunk when you say the things. They care about that you said the things. With that said, I mean, it's Sabu. It's not like a main event guy, so I don't think it's that big a stink, but there does seem to be like a double standard. You know, Hulk Hogan and his wife are banned. Sabu is brought out for this angle, you know, so.
Well, but more importantly, the fucking Briscoes were banned from television.
But that wasn't Tony. But that was, to be fair, that wasn't Tony.
Okay, but then does everybody know that Sabu said all those F words and such and such suckers and all the things that I can't even say on the air?
That's why it was a surprise. You know, when Adam Cole said, I want to bring out someone who I have looked up to since I was a kid or whatever he said, what do you think Bobby Fish is thinking right now sitting at home?
Adam Cole didn't know who the fuck Bobby Fish was when he was a kid. Bobby was already a senior citizen at the time.
But the idea here's Sabu coming out there.
Well, they had, of course, Adam Cole patterned his entire career after Sabu. Of course, no, he didn't idolize him as a kid. That was the only connection that they could come up with to make. Because, basically, Tony Khan is an ECW fan, and guess who lives in Las Vegas? Sabu. So, wow, wouldn't it be great if we put him on the program, even though he's 15 or 20 years past doing anything physical and looks like Ned at this current point?
Is he at the pay-per-view?
Yeah, he's going to be in the corner. He's going to be in Adam Cole's corner to counteract the giant 6.5-foot tall MMA fighter, the 3 25-year-old fucking guys that have him by 50 pounds apiece that stooge for Jericho, as well as Chris Jericho himself. Adam will be fine. He's got Sabu.
And Roddy.
and Roddy. Well, Roddy beat Daniel Garcia by cracky. They rushed into this thing with no entrances. They went a minute to the break. They come back. They rush through the rest of it. And Roddy wins with a suplex into a over-the-knees backbreaker type of thing. That was just to get Roddy a win, like he should have had before he had a main event match with Chris Jericho. And doing everything backwards, god damn it.
A main event Falls Count Anywhere match with Chris Jericho.
Well, of course. Well, that goes without saying that it's got to have stipulations. And then finally, the main event on this program, I know you've been waiting for it, ladies and gentlemen. We were too. For the Ring of Honor World Tag Team Championship. Because remember, Claudio and Felix had a match where the winner would get a shot at the other's title or whatever the fuck. So Ring of Honor World Title, Lucha Brothers, Felix and Penthouse against Claudio Castagnoli and Wheeler Useless. And at this point, they rang the bell. They had an immediate four-way. They exchanged some sloppy strikes. Then I counted approximately a dozen leg slaps on their kicks. Then they did a synchronized double dive. Then Penthouse dove off the top to the floor onto Claudio and Useless. Then they all stood there for Felix to jump back and forth from one rope to another for 30 seconds before diving off on all of them. And at that point, I said, I can't fucking do this. I cannot stomach this. And I fast forwarded 10 minutes till they were going into their finish. Did I miss anything before we cover the finish?
I don't think so.
Okay. So basically, they're having their match, and suddenly Claudio's on the floor, and he sees an opportunity to roll in and help old Wheeler. But the Buckaroos, Matty and Nikki, come out from under the ring at that exact moment to hold Claudio's legs, while behind the referee's back, he's distracted by Alex, the helper and assistant of the Lucha Brothers. Felix and Penthouse go for their double team package pile driver / double foot stomp off the top finish that they do. The Buckaroos have Claudio's legs. He can't get in the ring. The referee's distracted. They pick this poor fucker up and mistime this move and go over sideways. And they held up from completely killing him. They dropped him on his head. Actually, not on his head. More precisely, they dropped him on the back of his neck, where his chin was folded up to his chest and all his weight was above him. So that's even worse, really, than being dropped on your head. And the guy doing the double stomp, if he hadn't gone over sideways just far enough, he would have stomped him after the other guy planted him. Did you see that fuck up?
I did.
Jesus Christ. Why do these guys let these motherfuckers, all of them, any of them, do this goofy shit to them? They're not in control of anything. So then, that was the finish. Nearly finished him. 1, 2, 3. And then here comes the rest of the BBC, and Plumber Moxley gets in the ring on the microphone, and he's pissed. And he said Sunday, the Buckaroos and their friends were going to get plastered on the pavement of Las Vegas Boulevard in the most violent match ever. If you're squeamish, if we've offended you up until now, then that's nothing yet. He promised blood. He got a goddamn in that they weren't able to catch and bleep. He's an insufferable, unprofessional, very ugly man.
Yeah.
And that was Plumber Moxley.
Plumber Moxley.
So that was the program. Any closing thoughts on that closing angle?
I mean, this is the go-home show to the pay-per-view. This is the biggest thing on the pay-per-view, I think, just based on who's in it and the things that haven't gotten over going into the pay-per-view. And it didn't feel like that hot a finish. It doesn't feel like the fans are totally into everything right now. This is in Vegas, same town as the pay-per-view, several days earlier. But it wasn't a big crowd. They're getting smaller and smaller crowds. You brought up earlier The idea that none of this that's happened over the last year has helped any of the top stars, it's hurt everyone.
Yeah.
The Bucks mean less today than they ever have, and than they have in the last 10 years, maybe. Omega, less than he has in a while. Punk, I don't think All Out gained Punk fans, but it may have lost him some fans. AEW, listen, as bad as all of these people look in various different points throughout this whole thing, AEW as an organization looks horrible. So, for everyone that thinks like this whole thing was a big work to get to this point, no one benefited. No one really If the idea was, we'll fool the world and we'll work the wrestling media and we'll come out on top, no one has benefited from this. And, now they're almost launching a new brand on Saturdays because of it. Going back to this match, I didn't care to see this match. Claudio and Wheeler are not going to hold me. They're not. Lucha Brothers, it really depends on who they're working with. And I figured they have to do something here at the end of the show because there is a pay-per-view coming up. Here's the other interesting thing. The Bucks come up from under the ring, right? Where did the BCC come from? They come from the back. I've never seen Moxley come out of the back before, ever. How come he could come out of the back when the Bucks are under the ring, but not when he has a match?
He dresses in the back, but then he goes all the way out in the parking lot on the other side of the building before he comes in to wrestle.
Nothing else to say about it. An underwhelming episode of Dynamite, and I think a lot of the problems in AEW, even with Punk returning, I think a lot of people who have ignored the problems for a long time, going back to the beginning, it's almost impossible to ignore them now, even with Wembley.
So the question is, how many people ignored this television program last Wednesday night?
Let me pull that up right here. I have some ratings information. This was compiled by WrestleNomics. AEW Dynamite for the 24th of May was watched on TBS by 846,000 viewers on average.
Do you have the last several weeks?
I would have to pull them up. You'd have to give me a couple minutes, yeah.
Well, we'll go through this, but it doesn't even need to be read because it can be said. Over the last 6 weeks, they've had 5 of them that were somewhere between the 820 and 860 range, and then they had the one 900 outlier. But they're spinning in the same place. There's not any more wide variations. They don't have big shows that do over 1 million anymore and then it settles down like they were for a while. And they don't have the big numbers to start with that they used to, but they start and finish somewhere within a range of the same thing every fucking week.
I have the numbers here. Here's February. 901, 899, 827, 1,028,000. Here's March. 833, 858, 852, 954, 833. Here's April. 877, 866, 830, 863. And finally May, which we're in the middle of, or towards the end of, 776, 877, 814, and now 846.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. In the last 13 weeks since they popped that 1 million whatever at the end of February, they've had one audience in the 900s and one in the 700s, and everything else has been in the middle of 800. That's pretty flat. Go ahead.
Well, this episode, May 24th, the first segment, 8 to 8:15 p.m., Orange Cassidy versus Kyle Fletcher with picture-in-picture, 906,000 viewers.
All right, that's what they start with from the Big Bang. And how many of those people were around for the last 5 minutes of that fucking fiasco 15 minutes later?
Well, again, after the Big Bang, it took a while for the planets to end up where they were going to end up and things to start to grow, but segment 2, 8:15 to 8:30 p.m., the continuation of Pockets versus Kyle Fletcher, Ricky Starks' backstage promo, Jungle Boy's promo, and the FTR Mark Briscoe, Jarrett, and Friends live promo segment. 923,000 viewers.
What? How did they manage to pick up 17,000 people for that 15 minutes of dreck? Was it the announcement? Are they tuning in to hear the announcement?
No way. Well, I shouldn't comment on anything as we go through the ratings, but segment 3, 8:30 to 8:45 p.m., the Sammy Guevara promo, the House of Black versus AR Fox, Metalik, and Blake Christian with picture-in-picture, 919,000 viewers.
Okay, so they're back down 4, but they're 13,000 ahead of the first quarter hour, which they never do. And this is telling me that we are soon to find the precipice off of which the lemmings are about to drop.
Segment 4, the Blackpool Combat Club promo, MJF and Darby Allin's live in-ring confrontation, and then the the angle after that, 873,000 viewers.
Okay, so unfortunately, I think they mistimed it. I think that was supposed to be up at 9 o'clock and it was up at 8:52 or whatever, the 4 pillars, but they've dropped 46,000 people.
The 9 o'clock hour, segment 5, 9 to 9:15 p.m. The Wardlow video, Taya Valkyrie versus Lady Frost.
Oh boy, here it comes.
And Tony Khan's big announcement, 847,000 viewers.
Okay, so they lost 26,000 from the last quarter of the first hour, but they got the announcement. And if that is indeed what was keeping people through the rest of this crummy fucking program, through the first part of this crummy program, now that the announcement has been done, is this where gravity takes over?
Segment 5, 9:15 to 9:30 p.m. The Adam Page promo, the Adam Cole Chris Jericho contract signing, and a Tony Storm video, 846,000 viewers.
They lost 1,000. Okay, well, where the fuck are these people going to go? Where's this average going to go?
Segment 7, 9:30 to 9:45 p.m. Daniel Garcia versus Roderick Strong with picture-in-picture, 733,000 viewers.
That's okay. But wait a minute, that was the only thing listed for that quarter? That didn't go 15 minutes.
That's the only thing listed here for this quarter, with picture-in-picture.
Good Lord, it didn't seem like that, but...
Well, the final quarter...
wait a minute. So the point is there went 113,000 people, and I've got to think the 846 in Seg 6 after the announcement is people were waiting around. There's going to be something else said, right? One would think. What about Punk? Are we going to get a card? Anything else? And then they got tired of it.
Also, you realize there's not a mention of Punk. And then after that Jericho segment, if you sat through that and you saw Sabu, the next thing you see is Garcia just wandering around ringside waiting for his match. It was kind of awkward. Everyone else left. But the final segment, segment 8, 9:45 to 10 p.m., the Lucha Brothers versus Claudio Castagnoli and Wheeler Yuta, and the post-match angle with the Blackpool Combat Club and the Young Bucks, 718,000 viewers.
Good Lord. Okay, so they kept everything. I mean, you can't argue with the first hour at all. 906, 923, 919, and 873. But then they got their announcement. 847, 846, 733, and 718. They end up 180, 8,000 people down from the start, which is over 20% of the fucking starting audience in 2 hours.
Now that Tony has CM Punk back in the fold, but seeing how these ratings are playing out, do you think Tony should sign Vanderpump to go against CM Punk?
If we could just figure out who this fucking Vanderpump guy is and what his finish is, it would be great, because I still don't know. But, well, I understand that in addition to ratings woes, now they are trying to mount a local push in the Las Vegas market to fill up the remaining seats at Double or Nothing. Did I hear about a cheeseburger offer?
And I'm looking into this because I'm trying to just see if there's any other sources for this to make sure it's real. Not that anyone's saying it isn't, but it just seems like someone else would have it, but no one else is doing anything. I guess AEW, we've talked about the issues with ticket sales. Apparently, according to this post, there's a bar in Las Vegas called Pub 365. They are giving away tickets to Double or Nothing with the purchase of a burger, 4 per table, and the actual card reads, it has the official AEW logo, AEW All Elite Wrestling, free tickets to AEW Double or Nothing with the purchase of a regularly priced hamburger and fries. Limit 4 tickets per table. The event date, May 28th, 2023. So, again, first of all, we don't know if it's real or not. I'm assuming it's real as of now. But secondly, A, do you have a problem with this in general, this kind of ticket offer, especially if tickets aren't selling? And B, is there anything AEW could do if a third party has tickets that is looking to unload them? Or how would this happen?
I mean, this bar and grill, they may know somebody there, or they may be friends with somebody. They got some tickets or whatever. There's a lot of different ways to try to fill up a building that you want to look good on television that's, you know, is not going to be full with ticket purchasing patrons. This one is kind of a new wrinkle. I mean, radio stations and sponsors since the beginning of time of wrestling shows, hey, be the third caller, win 2 ringside seats for the big matches. Or, hey, come down to Joe's car lot and register for the drawing. We're going to give away ringside tickets to the big matches or whatever. That goes on all the time. And it's generally in conjunction with, like I said, if there's a radio remote going on at the car lot and they're going to have a clown down there with balloons and trying to get people to come down there to look at their cars, that's a way to do it. Might get free tickets. Or the radio station is giving out, the promotion has probably bought a schedule, and as well, they've provided X number of tickets that the radio station gives them of the value of the tickets in advertising. In other words, if you've got 10 $20 ringside tickets, there's $200. Okay, we're going to give you $200 worth of spots. And there's horse trading that goes on. And then they give the radio station gives the tickets away. Or in the smaller days, territory days, you just send the referee out go to the goddamn boys club or the Boy Scouts or a underprivileged kids group and hand out a bunch of free tickets or whatever. Get them in there. But somebody on Twitter said they must be really trying to break the ice with Cornette and get me to come, eat a cheeseburger, get a free fucking wrestling ticket.
No, get 4 free tickets.
Well, nevertheless, wait a minute. I thought, was it 4 tickets for a cheeseburger? Or if your table of 4 got cheeseburgers, you got 4 tickets?
No, it is free tickets to AEW Double or Nothing with the purchase of a regularly priced hamburger and fries.
Holy shit.
I guess per order, limit of 4 tickets per table, it does say.
Okay, so 1 ticket per burger. I mean, we can't just go crazy and give them away.
Well, that's the other thing. I guess it's not per person. If you order yourself 2 or 3 burgers, you get 2 or 3 tickets. And then you can go to the show and sit next to nobody. Isn't that a dream?
They really are trying to appeal to me. And there is the problem again, and we won't go into excruciating granular detail, but their welcome has run out in certain segments of the wrestling population now in the United States due to familiarity breeding contempt or just blaseness. It's not new anymore. How much money do we have? We want to support our friends, the Cucamonga Kids, but we're going bankrupt. And there's not enough new people coming into this mix that wants to take up the mantle of crusading for the, AEW. So meanwhile, in the United Kingdom, it's a happening. It's the most prestigious arena or stadium in the United Kingdom. It's a first-time thing. It's you got to be there. But that's the problem is we called this a few years ago. Unless they get a new audience, people to follow them and want to watch them in significant numbers that they can keep these ratings up and keep these shows still selling tickets, they can't depend on this one hardcore group that is so easily pleased or so hate-filled toward the WWE. They want to see anybody succeed, even if it sucks, or just the play wrestling trampoline crowd, because they're not real wrestling fans. They can be swayed or distracted or, drug off with shining a light against the wall. Anybody just watches this car crash bullshit just to see guys take bumps, they're not lifers. They're going to come and go. They haven't done anything to make people interested in their personalities instead of their bumps, and in their goddamn issues instead of their stipulations. And now it's over and over the same thing. How much of it can you watch? It's not any different anymore. So I think that's what's coming back to bite them in the ass in this country. They've devalued talent that they had, that were over with people, as we've talked about, whether it be the EVP side or Punk side. It's overexposure of this constant chaotic angle after angle after angle to where nothing registers, means anything. A lot of this talent wasn't ready to begin with to be on television. But now even the people who were wishfully hoping that that was not the case have, unfortunately, many of them have been forced to look at reality. And they got to get their shit together and have a real company, Pinocchio, instead of Tony's play project. And he's got to admit that he's not up to a lot of this, whether it be booking, which has never been good, or whether it be the way that he handles his talent, which he's never had him under control. But when it was all friends and everybody was just happy to be there, it wasn't a problem, because they weren't going to argue with each other, because that was all their dream, for a billionaire to pay them way much more money than they deserved to have fun with each other. But when real professionals and legitimate stars started coming into the picture, people that wanted to draw money as well as be paid money, people that know what the business is about, the EVPs were starting to get shown up. They couldn't handle it. The friends are still in fucking indie mode. They can't handle it. And Tony can't be a boss and a businessman and handle his talent roster, because they're all supposed to be his friends, and he's worried they won't be if he's mean to them. So everybody does their own thing at his expense and his company's expense. And it makes them all look like fucking idiots. And then, and this is the natural thing that's going to happen next. When you can't get people interested in your personalities and your issues, it's just the product, because they got a grudge against the big company, and because they want to see mass mutilation on a major scale every week, because it's an indie crowd. There's only so many of those. It's the same problem Ring of Honor had. Same problem everybody else has ever had. There's only so many people that want to watch indie fucking wrestling. And until you find people that can do better than indie wrestling, you're only going to get those people. And it may now be obvious that this guy has been given things that no other promotion in history, good, bad, or indifferent, have ever been able to get. He was handed $1 billion by his father, because his father has tens of billions. He was handed network television by a company that didn't even know that they're the ones that fucking killed the wrestling business 25 years ago when they canceled their last fucking promotion. Everybody wants to fucking line up and work for Tony because he pays more than anybody ever has paid in the history of wrestling. And they've got all these advantages, and they've done all this shit, and they still have had 4 years, and it's worse. They can't get it together. It's worse. How can you fucking fuck up with every advantage because of the people he chose to go into business with at the start of this whole thing? That is why we're here today with what we got.
And to be honest, it's not just the wrestlers. It's not just the people.
The people that he chose to go into business with. So there you have it. And that was AEW's Dynamite.
And boy, was it.
Well, Brian, before we go any further, before we enter the WWE segment of the program, what in the world is happening in the world of the Arcadian Vanguard Network and the wrestling news?
Another big week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. Get information about all the shows on Twitter at Superpodcasts or on Facebook at facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. Of course, the wrestling news. Subscribe today wherever you find your favorite podcast. Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News for your free daily wrestling newscast. Every morning, get all the news for free. No clickbait, no paywall. Just the wrestling news. TheWrestlingNews.com, or once again, look for Arcadian Vanguard's The Wrestling News wherever you find your favorite podcasts. All the fine shows on the network this week had great superstar Billy Graham tributes, and I encourage everyone to check out Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry, Stick to Wrestling with John McAdam, and of course, Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon. All shows had great superstar Billy Graham tributes this week. Everyone should check them out. Again, more information, Twitter at Superpodcast or Facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. And of course, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership! I wonder what Suzanne's guests think of that. Go through the archive today at 605pod.com.
Wait. Hey, you've either hurt my ears or blown my speakers out. Suddenly I can speak again.
At 605pod.com.
Oh, okay, you're still there.
I'm sorry. Wherever you find your favorite podcast, the 605 Super Podcast, The Mothership.
All right.
Exactly.
Well, in the world of the WWE, they managed to, I don't know, did they time traveled or did they fly around the earth so that they reversed the gravitational orbit or whatever the case? Because
Hulkamania.
Did they had to pre-tape SmackDown or part of SmackDown, or how did they work this fucking deal?
They pre-taped and we heard nothing about it. So I don't know.
That used to be a big deal. It's like, oh my God, they pre-taped SmackDown. Here's exactly what happened. Nobody said a goddamn word.
Yeah.
It's like if you pre-tape a wrestling program now in 2023 and in the forest, does the Pope shit in the woods with a bear who's Catholic? That's the question everybody's asking.
It's certainly a question.
Anyway, so on SmackDown on Friday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, but we don't know when it was recorded, we're going to go through a bit of this briefly and get to the main attraction of the weekend, which are for the WWE fans, which was Night of Champions. But I must admit, I wanted to see, and I did watch, the U.S. title match, Austin Theory against our friend Sheamus, because I'm not really a Sheamus fan. His working style, except when he's in one of the bangers, and his appearance is off-putting to me, but he works hard, and he's a name. And this was a nice struggle, and they started working solid. And even that went 2 minutes to the break. And they came back and went a little while longer, and I got distracted by Harley Quinn needing some belly rubs. She rolled straight over on her back and did the dead bug thing and then had her little fluffy tail wagging. And that was more entertaining than the match, but I came back to it as they were hitting some false finishes. Theory got one, Sheamus got one. Sheamus got the now 25 beats of the Bowery. And then suddenly they're having this match, and then Pretty Deadly hit ringside and beat up Ridge and Butch, the other brawling bangers. And then Sheamus got one of them for 10 beats, and in Theory schoolboyed him 1, 2, 3 and rolled out. And I wrote, well, that was a finish. Our boy Theory continues to look great, but it's in this environment where you think, boy, if this stuff was actually exciting, he'd be really good, don't you?
Yeah, I'm not into... Again, I think it's just because I've seen Sheamus so much over the years that I think I need to just not see him for a while. But again, he starts off the show here with Theory, and It's fine for what it was. I get a kick out of Butch at ringside. I know everyone misses Pete Dunne, but I actually think the character works for him, and it makes him stand out a little bit. You brought up the Beats of the Bowery. I don't really think Sheamus would fit in with the Bowery Boys, or the Dead End Kids, or the East Side Kids.
I was about to say,
or the Little Tough
East
Guys.
Side Kids.
No, I don't think he would fit in.
No.
Maybe Butch, though.
But he does bear some passing resemblance to Leo Gorsey.
Who, Sheamus or Butch?
Well, either one of them, really.
Leo Gorsey at the beginning or Leo Gorsey at the end?
Leo Gorsey's IQ. So...
Which one's David Gorsey?
Well, but now, then who was the other Gorsey? There was another Gorsey I'm thinking about.
The father. Leo Gorsey's father was in a bunch of the Bowery Boy films, too.
Well, I may be also thinking about fucking Justice Neil Gorsuch.
Oh, I usually get
he could
Leo
be
Gorsey and Neil Gorsuch
for,
confused all the time.
He could easily be confused for a member of the East Side Kids.
I heard they call Brett Kavanaugh Hunts Hall.
And his sidekick, Heinz Ketchup. So anyway, we go to the Bloodline locker room. And Paul is telling the Usos, since you guys won't be at Night of Champions, you're invited to next week's 1,000-day celebration of Roman's reign on SmackDown here next Friday night. And Jimmy, I think it's Jimmy. I still have problems sometimes.
Jimmy's the long-haired one now.
Oh, God damn it. They've all got long hair.
Well, no, Jay kind of has like a shorter, longer hairstyle.
Shorter, longer?
It's long.
He looks more like a poodle instead of a Pomeranian.
Okay.
Well, I think Jimmy was the one that was not thrilled and wanted to go eat. And Roman says, sit down, and he don't want to sit down. And Roman dares him to do something. So I whooped y'all's ass as kids, and I'll do it now. You're going to obey me. So there's trouble in paradise here. Thank goodness the Usos are not going to be in Saudi Arabia. There could be issues. Then we got Raquel and Shotzi against Bayley and Io. We got a package of Seth Rollins and AJ Styles who are going to fight over the world. I'm now officially calling it World Heavyweight Championship number 3. So we can differentiate between all the other ones. And then it was good to see that Ashante, Adonis, and B-Fab and Flop Dollar are still there. Because we've been deprived of that greatness for weeks now, and I was afraid something had happened to him. But we didn't get to see Flop Dollar wrestle. It was Ashante against Cameron Grimes, and Cameron won again with the cave-in 1, 2, 3, and then Baron Von Corbin laid him out with one shot from behind. It was almost a good segment because it got Cameron over, and just a good win for him over this other stooge. But they couldn't let him get out of there without the most non-over former main event guy in the history of wrestling laying him out.
Did you see the interview he did before the match, Cameron Grimes?
Yeah, he's still going to the moon.
He is, but it's just so, because now he's just a clear-cut babyface.
Yeah.
It's almost hokey now. And he's
cheesy.
Smiling nonstop. And he's so happy.
He's another victim of the Smile Patrol.
Yeah, I really liked him. I mean, he's great in the ring. I really like him in the ring, but I don't know. I wish he wasn't so WWF-ized right now.
Well, remember it got that way in NXT because the reason why that he got our interest in NXT was because he was a heel. B, he was full-fledged. He had all the body hair and the fucking long beard, and he looked like, I don't know, the illegitimate nephew of outlaw Billy Black or whatever. And he would just, and he was fun because he has personality and he can talk, and he's got a different style of working, but it fits him. And he can do shit, right? And we liked him. And then they slowly switched him babyface and made him more and more silly and over the top. And then put him in silly shit. And then shaved him several times in several different ways. And now he's still cleaner than he was at the start. He's got a little hair back. But now it has to be the silliness, which Cameron Grimes being silly is putting a hat on a hat. He's got an element of silliness when he's being serious, but if he's being serious, the silliness seems natural instead of silly. But when he's trying to be silly, then we've sillified that whole fucking thing, haven't we?
Yeah, although I will say they showed that replay of when he beat Corbin. You know, it was just a one move and then he pinned him. That thing he does, that stomp, is so impressive.
The cave-in.
I mean, Corbin's a big guy, and he hit it and it looked great. That is such an impressive move.
And then, well, he hit it on Ashante here, and the only thing you got to watch out for, the guys taking it, I think some of them shy back on it a little bit, and if they go back too far, before he gets any kind of push off with his feet, because last week with Corbin, he landed beside the guy and on his feet, but this week he went backwards and he kind of took a flat back bump on old Adonis's fucking legs or feet. So there's a margin for error there with where they're coming down. It's not the contact of the move, it's the fucking landing that they got to watch out for. Anyway, so the 9 o'clock hour, they decided would be the good thing to put Bianca in the ring for her in-ring interview about her title match at Night of Champions with Asuka. And, again, loved Bianca's match in Puerto Rico with Io and the crowd and the whole thing. It was great all the way around. I don't know that I like hearing her smile and talk. I kind of zoned out until Asuka hit the ring from behind and tried to break her arm, and they had a big pull apart. That looked energetic. They had some friskiness to that part of the segment, but otherwise, Bianca did a promo, and here came Asuka.
Yeah, I can't really argue with that. I will say that I think whenever that day comes, once Bianca turns heel, I think she's really going to turn it on the mic. Right now, she's doing what she can as the cheesy babyface that WWE wants her to be. I think one day, whenever that day comes, when she's a heel and they're screaming and crying out there, I don't know what's going on. But one day when that day comes, she's already got the in-ring. I think then we're going to see the promo.
Everybody has to be so happy. And I've heard Vince telling people, that's why I think Magnum TA, probably his career would have been ruined if he'd have gone to work for Vince in 1986, because he'd have wanted him to smile. Smile, though your heart is breaking. Raquel Gonzalez looks so cool, and now she's smiling all the time. I know baby faces traditionally are supposed to smile, but not to the point of being having laughing gas blown up their ass. Anyway, speaking of having gas blown up your ass, LA Knight wrestled Booger. And there was whatever the issue was between them. At least now they've decided, after they've literally beaten him with everybody that can possibly beat him, now they've decided to start giving LA Knight wins on television. It's almost like Tony Khan's booking this one. And the Street Sweepers were out there for color commentary. And old Boog, as an athlete, he looks great. And he looks like he's got a ton of potential as an athlete in the ring. But his name is horrible, and his gear is horrible, and his gimmick is horrible. And the fact that all he does is act like a complete idiot. And he gets beat by the people that can't beat anybody else. So what are you supposed to think? Brian, what's a boy to do? LA Knight gouged the eyes and hit his finish. So he beat the guy that can never beat anybody. And then cut a promo on the Street Sweepers, even though LA Knight has no part. So now is LA Knight in a program with a tag team, even though he has no partner and can't get along with the one that he had?
Yeah, I mean, it was last week or the week before, I was disappointed that they put him in a program where he was going to be in a tag team with Boogs. Now they had the breakup in the match already, but he's still feuding with the tag team. We'll see. I mean, it's intriguing now watching the ascent or the staying the same of LA. I don't know what to even describe this anymore. He's over.
The people want to like him.
They chant his name when he says not chant his name, but they say his name with him. They repeat his name with him when he says it. They like him. They react to him. Yeah, this keeps happening. I don't know. He's not in their plans the way we think he should be, I guess.
AJ Styles versus Karrion Kross with Scarlett Boudreaux, Borden, Lizzie Borden. What's her fucking last name? Now I've kayfabed myself out of it. Boudreaux or Bordeaux?
Scarlett Bordeaux.
Okay, well there you go.
I think so.
That's like the wine. Anyway, here's my comment. After the entrance, Kross is fucking done. Remember when he was interesting? And it goes down to the hair, I think. I don't know why. But at one point he was interesting and seemed like something. And now he looks good physically. He does shit. It's just, it doesn't, there's something, it's boring. What's missing? What's happening here?
I really don't know. Again, he was presented as a top guy in NXT before he got hurt that first time. And I think a match with Keith Lee. And then he came back and they still presented him as a top guy. Was that with Cole? I forget. They brought him up to the main roster. They certainly have a thing, him and Scarlett, the whole little show. They look cool sitting there every week when they show them sitting in the crowd or whatever.
Is it that people have heard those promos that he's just monotone, droning on? It doesn't connect because it's so phony? Is it the hair that made him look not intimidating?
What's his motivation? What's he going for? What's he trying to do? They keep doing these promos promising all sorts of things. Nothing happens, but he keeps losing. So you have no reason to invest in them. She looks great. She comes out there and does the whole thing. But again, she looks great and then her guy keeps losing. So what does it even matter? You could push someone if you want to push them, and you could just beat them every week if you want to beat them. The thing that makes it questionable is that they give them these small little moments of promo time where they do the whole, it's almost like a magician at his assistant. Like he's like doing the magic show and she's there, distracting you.
Yes. And she's waving her arms and pointing at the fucking tablecloth.
But then they lose. Every week. Yeah. So how could you care? There's no reason to care.
Well, they did a nice Cody and Brock package, but it's obviously all things that we have conversed about before. And then the main event of SmackDown. Yes, folks, that's the whole network television program except for the main event segment, which, of course, is an interview. Not even an interview, but a talk show segment. The KO show, Kevin Owens and Sammy are going to team up on this one, and their guests are going to be Roman and Solo. Here's the thing. Besides why does everybody have an irregularly scheduled intermittent talk show segment with a cheesy, fake-looking set with chairs or palm fronds or balloons or whatever the fuck? How does this happen? How do they just take over the program? Because Piper's Pit was a thing for 4-minute segments tops 40 years ago. That now, that just everybody, instead of just writing down an interview with so-and-so, well, let's give them a talk show. All of these people do not need talk shows, Jerry.
Again, what is it? A talk show. There was Roger's Corner, and then it became Victory Corner, and then it became Piper's Pit. And you said it was 4 minutes. Maybe 4 minutes. It was maybe 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes. It was in and out. It was quick. It wasn't with the fans behind them. You could hear what they're saying. They weren't.
We did it in the WCW in the 80s. Funk's Grill, the Louisville Sluggers. 3 minutes, live interview with the fucking talent.
In and out. Then at some point it became like everyone needs an in-ring, and they're called talk shows now. It's a talk show in the middle of this show, and they do these. And sometimes you forget, but like so many of these different people, like Miz has Miz TV and Owens has this. And I think Christian had something at one point and Jericho had something at one point. So many various different people had just, here's my talk show. And it's not like Piper's Pit appearing every week for 3 years, 4 years. Just random. It's the KO show. And my guest is going to be naturally the person I'm going to wrestle this weekend that I hate. What?
Well, yeah, I was about, can you think about the Rock and Roll Express being given a talk show on Crockett's TV and sitting down with the Midnight Express or the Four Horsemen to have a chat for 15 minutes?
The day before War Games.
Yeah. So anyway, but that's what was allegedly going to happen here. But then Paul Heyman, that's what his name is, came out with 2 of the 3 world heavyweight title belts, and says Roman doesn't come out when you want, but he comes out when he wants, and suddenly the Usos music plays, and Paul is confused because this wasn't supposed to happen. And the Usos get in the ring, and they have the argument or confrontation, whatever descriptive term you want to use. But basically, Owens tells the Usos that Sammy's been right all along about how Roman treats them and how they deserve better. And he may be the head of the table, but they're the heart of the table, and he's using them. And he made an impassioned speech to try to wake the Usos up and called them errand boys. And then that's what Jimmy, I believe, got pissed off and fired up because Owens was really winding them up there. And they were trying to take up for themselves that they call their shots and they do their thing. And Jimmy finally says, I am the tribal chief. And Paul shits himself. And then Roman's music hits.
Yeah, then the music guy goes, I better play this.
Yeah, because elsewise, Roman wouldn't have been able to go down there and confront his bloodline. So Roman comes down and throws both the Usos' microphones out of the ring. And Sammy starts talking to Roman, basically telling him that the bloodline's done, it's finished, and it's all your fault, Roman Reigns. And then Kevin suddenly from the blind side kicks Roman and hits him with a stunner. And the Usos get in a 4-way with Sammy and Kevin. And Solo comes in and spikes both of Cammy and Seven. Sammy and Kevin. Or Cammy and Seven.
Cammy and Seven, I like
another
that.
lifetime. And Roman Reigns tears the set up and pitches a fit and spears Sammy. And then now there's all the tag team belts laying in the ring. And so the Usos pick up 2 of the belts each. They've each got 2 of them. And Jay hands his to Solo. And Jimmy won't give his 2 up. And Jay gets them from him and hands them to Roman, but Jimmy doesn't join the celebration. And meanwhile, Owens and Zayn lay there immobile forever because it's not their stage cue to get up and limp off yet. The end. Oh, I'm sorry, I should say, and scene. But it had action, it had interest, it had excitement, more twists and turns and strife in the bloodline camp. Brian, your thoughts?
I mean, this is what you wait for. This is what you try to get through this whole show for, is the little bits of this. No disrespect to the athleticism and the ability of any of the wrestlers, but on SmackDown, this commercial-heavy show, you're just waiting for any of the drama with the bloodline. Not even matches. The drama. At this point, they're better than the matches with these guys. They teased Jey Uso problems for weeks. Then they switched it to Jimmy Uso now for weeks, and we'll talk about the pay-per-view in a little while. It's a slow-moving plot, but the moments you get are pretty cool. When Sammy says to Roman, it's over.
Yeah.
And you see Roman's face. I mean, that's one of the more underrated things about him. Forget about him as, I'm the bad.
Reactions.
The reactions when it's not the news he wants. He's really good at that. And he was perfect here because you could tell it is a genuine fear that the bloodline's blowing up. This is the perfect time to introduce Jacob Fatu. But anyway, the bloodline's blowing up.
Oh, God damn it.
I thought that was good. They teased the stuff with Jimmy Uso. Again, he was the one. Remember, Jey Uso was the one who had problems with everyone. And Jimmy was the one who.
Yeah.
Jimmy was the one who super kicked Sammy at the Royal Rumble, I think. So they've switched everyone's role in that respect.
That's maybe why I keep having trouble which one's which, because I was like, well, now the one guy was more on the side of that, but nevertheless, it's constantly changing.
What do you think of, and I think they did this, although I think I heard Heyman use it during the pay-per-view. What do you think of them dropping Sikoa and now just calling him Solo?
I think it probably works better because, he's the henchman. He's not going to get, I don't think, focused on as a top singles guy in the world title picture yet. But Solo Sikoa kind of reminds us of the guy from NXT. We all call him Solo anyway, right? So I don't think it's a huge change, but maybe just something else that they can make it easier to talk about him.
He's perfect in his role. I have to say, he's really impressed me. He's so good in his role. I'm not saying like elevate him, make him a main eventer, because I don't think everyone's, it's not everyone's time all the time. But as that guy, as that badass who stands there and says nothing, and when he finally acts, he does damage, he's great. I think he's been doing great.
Yeah, well, actually, I don't want to spoil anything. Spoiler alert. But when we talk about the pay-per-view, I've made note that he's improving. In his matches, he's getting better. He's getting more comfortable. He doesn't seem like he's walking around plodding, kicking, and punching because he's trying to figure out what to do next, like we saw months ago. He's moving along, and he's getting more comfortable, it seems like. So, yes, I agree with you.
And that was SmackDown, and this is your show.
Well, I'll just slap you down then.
Oh!
You want to go on to the Night of Champions?
If you'll stop slapping me, yes.
Well, take that, and that, and some more of this, and the other thing. All right, we're going to fly around the world from the United States of America to good old Saudi Arabia for the Night of Champions, where all these people are going to, well, it's not even all title matches. So they didn't even actually do that. It's the Night of Champions, but there's non-title matches involved. So there's some false advertising right there. Not everybody's a champion like in AEW.
There's plenty of false advertising on this show. Did you see any of those Saudi Arabian promo packages?
No, because I watched on the Peacock. And I've figured out now how to skip through the filler stuff and get to just the matches, ding, ding, to ding, ding, on the Peacock. But the stadium looks great. Did they ever say how many people were in it? The Superdome over there in Saudi Arabia.
You know what? I don't know. If they did, I missed that. Usually they do announce something like that anytime there's a crowd anywhere near that.
Usually during the commentary, during the main events, they're talking about the 17,464 or whatever watching on. And have we got an update? Is this another of the deals where do they sell these tickets? Do they give them away? Do they tell people to come at gunpoint? Are they holding any close relatives in a detention facility until people go and cheer? What is the level of coercion? Or are the people just happy to see some happiness and potentially some women?
Again, you never hear anything about the live gate for these shows. It's just WWE were paid this amount of money. It's a sold show. That's all it is.
But
so who knows where these people come from? I don't know because the options are the government
all over the country, dressed as they are to play. Let's make a deal. No, they obviously were into it, and they know what's going on. They know the talent, so they were motivated. It wasn't like, I guess, like the North Korea situation where it was more or less determined that you must come. But the stadium looks great. That's what a $50 million budget will do for you, I guess. The screens and the lighting. Holy shit, the truss, the big thing they built.
I'm tired of it. I'm tired of the whole look. And again, we just saw the Puerto Rico show, and I know that's just one example, but I was thinking it before then. I think it's all gotten too big and too much. To me, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just another giant stage. Again, WrestleMania is one thing. But I think it would be cool if they did something different with all these shows going forward.
Well, but Saudi Arabia has to, stay up with the Joneses.
That's true.
The Makafakaloobs and the Fuds have to stay up with the Joneses. They've got to look bigger, at least as big, if not bigger and better than anything else in other countries, right? Or that would foil the propaganda of the piece.
I guess so.
So anyway, nevertheless, they opened up with the finals of the tournament for World Heavyweight Championship number 3 with Seth Franklin Rollins and AJ Styles. And even though both guys are baby faces, they were clearly on Franklin's side here and do the singing and etc. And AJ opened up fairly aggressive. And here's the thing. These are two of the most athletic guys there. and two of the most experienced workers, and they're stiff and snug when they need to be. And as a match performance, this is top level. I understand when these guys do it, why people like the modern style of match, where it's not really a wrestling match with big moves, but it's a performance where guys punch and kick each other in the middle to set up for big moves. But at the same time, I guess with no heroic babyface or evil heel, and the match that's supposed to be of monumental importance, but it didn't really seem like a world championship match because nobody even held the belt at that point. And they've made it up, as we've talked about over the past several weeks, out of thin air. This was a great wrestling performance. Did anybody buy it as being for a world heavyweight championship?
I didn't. I don't know if the people there did, just because they get to say they saw something and, that's a big deal. I mean, I'm sure it's a big deal to Rollins, I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
No one came out with champagne. I really don't know.
Well, they called it the Working Man's Championship. That makes it sound like a toilet plunger. Or, here, we'll give this to a fucking stooge. Isn't that what they called the Intercontinental title? Because usually the best workers in the company held that belt, which was totally inside and didn't make sense in a kayfabe presentation to begin with.
That's what it is. Everything's been bumped up. What used to be Intercontinental is now this new World Heavyweight Championship.
But anyway, these guys can chop and strike, unlike a lot of the pansies over across the street in the other company. They do everything at a high level, and nothing is sloppy, dangerous, or nonsensical. It's just lots of big moves that take a while to set up, like modern matches. And that, to me, I think the reason why I don't like that is because it gives you so many chances to see cooperation, or when they're up on the ropes setting up the next big flibberty gibbet, as Aunt Lola would say. That was one of her favorite words. Well, flibberty gibbet, because she didn't cuss. Anyway, boom, boom, boom. They went back and forth. They were getting 2 counts. People are loving it. And finally, AJ got a 2 count with a pedigree, went for the forearm. Seth hit a super kick on him, went for the stomp, but his bad knee that he'd been selling buckled. But then Seth hit a pedigree and hurt his fucking knee. But then he hit the curb stomp, which his knee apparently was fine for. 1, 2, 3. And Seth Rollins, totally out of nowhere, completely unexpectedly, is the new holder of the first holder of the World Heavyweight Championship number 3, who was presented the new title belt in the ring by Triple H himself.
Yes.
Yes. You are correct, sir.
I don't know what to say. They're both really good, and I've seen them in excellent matches. One of the best matches I ever saw live was Tyler Black versus Austin Aries at Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
Really talented guys. And I almost don't want to critique this match too much, just because I'll say the second part last, I guess.
You'll say the second part last?
Well, I'll say it right now then.
How many parts are there?
I don't even know. It's one of those days. Listen, let's go to this part. What I meant to say, I completely forgot. What I meant to say, I don't know if I could fairly watch wrestling in the middle of the day. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, and I used to, when I was trading tapes, I always did, but when it's a live event, and it's in the middle of the day, and they open with the World Championship match. So again, this is 1 p.m. By the time it's over, 1:25, 1:30 Eastern time. It's the middle of the day. The Mets didn't even start yet. Like, it's the middle of the day. And it's hard to get into, for me, it's not like 7 p.m. and you're primed and you're ready to go. Opening match, let's get into it. I almost felt like this had to try to warm me up for the rest of the show. And it felt at times, this is the first part I was going to say before, it felt at times like just, I don't know, I've seen everything these guys do.
Yeah.
There was nothing, it just felt like another match. Like you asked before, does it feel like a world championship match? Beyond what this championship is from its inception and its introduction on, it just didn't feel like anything more than the average match either one of these guys has, because their average matches are really good.
Yeah.
It didn't feel anything special beyond that.
Here's another thing. Past your 1 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern, it was on a Saturday to boot. Because think of even going back to the territory days.
And it's beautiful here, too. I mean, so the sun's out. So you have two options. I can watch this from Saudi Arabia live, or I can go to the pool.
Well, we talked about that at the top of the program. Here it is Memorial Day weekend. But think back to the territory days. The afternoon weekend shows were almost exclusively on Sunday. Every once in a while, they'd sneak in a Saturday afternoon. And only every once in a while would those do very well. But we would do six-figure gates on 2 o'clock Sunday afternoon shows, but the first thing they would see on that show would not be Ric Flair versus, Dusty Rhodes or Barry Windham for the NWA title. It would be Rocky Kernodle versus Gary Royal, and you'd kind of work your way into it. But you've seen an hour and a half of wrestling at least, and it's, headed on to 4 o'clock in the afternoon by the time you see the main event, the world title match. But
yeah, it's hard to start. It's hard to start hot when it's the middle of the day, like on a beautiful day,
and on a Saturday.
Yeah,
and whether it's to get them in the building in good weather, if it's a live event, or whether it's just to get up for, goddamn, a big event right after lunch. Anyway, I got up for the next one and went to get a sandwich. No, I didn't. Becky Lynch versus Trish Stratus. I watched this match, and I'm glad I did. This was one of the, if Charlotte and Rhea Ripley is the standard of the girls wrestling match that we have seen over the past couple of years, in ring, the Flair and Steamboat, if you will, then this is the goddamn standard for a girls grudge match, because they actually had a fight. And not only that, but there was a clear heel and a clear baby face. Trish is a good heel. I didn't think I was going to say that. Besides the full body outfits, Trish was dressed up like a race car driver, and Becky was dressed up like Bruce Lee in Game of Death. They were covered from, neck to fucking toe.
Well, I think it's more Uma Thurman and Kill Bill dressed like Bruce Lee in Game of Death.
Well, Bruce Lee was a badass, so I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt.
Then the Bride or then Becky Lynch?
Then who? What?
Then Uma Thurman and Kill Bill or Becky Lynch?
Bruce Lee's badder than everybody.
He's dead. He wasn't better than everyone.
Well,
Kill Bill, she killed everyone. She won. She got the kid and left.
Yeah, but see, that was a movie, whereas Bruce Lee's movies were like documentaries. He really won those fights. Haven't you ever heard that?
I can't tell if you really believe that or not.
Well, no, everybody knew that when I was a kid. But anyway, so the match between Becky and Trish opened up. Trish was trash talking her or making faces or whatever, and Becky just went bam and nailed her with a good looking punch, and that it popped me. And that was the start of it, and they had a fight. And they went back and forth, and they went to the floor, but not forever. They were fighting back and forth, and we got a chance. Was that Fubar Makafakalub and Slapko Fudd on commentary again this time?
I didn't think so, but I'm not sure. But I wasn't listening to the commentary. I'm basing this on the 5 seconds they're shown on camera.
Well, yeah, that's why they were on camera when the girls were fighting out there, but one of them didn't look like, as I recall, I hope that our making them famous didn't make them jack their price up to where they couldn't afford them in the WWE. But anyway, but Trish was being a heel, and the facials and the cockiness. And she got the hanging sleeper on Becky a time or two, standing up on the ropes, and then took a bow after she dropped her to piss off the people, and Becky reaches up and punches her in the face again. That was great. And I wrote, it was girls having an actual grudge match and fighting and not tumbling. And it was very refreshing. Trish even double fish hooked Becky. And then did you see the 1-2 in the middle where they were just fucking hauling up? They put their bodies into it, and they're swinging, and they're fucking selling better than the guys. And when they did again go to the floor, they would do the thing where Becky did a baseball slide and they had a little scuffle on the floor, but Trish sent her into the post and then boom, they got back in. So it didn't bury the referee and didn't turn the whole thing into shit. And the only thing that really, and I mean, you know, Trish has been out of the ring for a while, and this is probably not the easiest thing in the world to do, but the only buzzkill in the match was where I get Becky was up on the turnbuckle and Trish was going for the superplex and Becky blocked it and knocked her off. And then Trish ran and did a handstand or tried to on the bottom rope and get a head scissors on Becky and bring her off. But she kind of bobbled and Becky had to grab her feet and put it around her head. And I'm like, ah, but nevertheless, at that point, I said, you know what? I'm thinking they're needing to start thinking about going home because the people have been hot. They're starting to come down. It seemed like they were slowing down a little bit. So finally they did shortly thereafterwards. Trish got a 2 count on a chick kick. And then basically they went into the finish of the thing where Becky hit her move and Trish got a foot on the ropes. And Trish rolls to the floor and Becky goes out and throws her back in. And as Becky is climbing back in the ring, Brian, how many people we've seen come out from under the fucking ring in the last 3 weeks alone?
On just this promotion?
Everybody.
We've seen a few.
So this time it was Zoe Stark living down there in the land of fucking whatever that land is underneath the ring.
And if you didn't know who she was, her name was screamed at you.
Yes.
That's Zoe Stark!
So everybody in the stadium could hear the announcers without even a PA system. And she hit her finish on Becky on the floor and then threw her in. And of course, the referee was aware of nothing, cognizant of nothing. And then Trish hit her finish 1, 2, 3. So the only thing I have to give it a demerit for besides the bobbled move is it was a great match with a lousy finish. And I'm not even saying Trish shouldn't have won. I think they should do this again. But that was just like, how can we get out of this after they finish doing all the stuff they're going to do? That seems like that's how much thought was put into that. So great match, lousy finish, but girls had a grudge match. Yay! What'd you think?
I really liked the contract signing I told you the other day on Raw. And I thought this was good. I want to watch it a second time again. The same thing I said that plagued me for the World Championship match, which started out the show. It's hard for me to get into this stuff in the middle of the day. This was 1:30 in the afternoon, beautiful out. And these two women are wearing more clothes than they've ever worn in their entire lives in this match. It was good for it was hard for me to get into it. I can't explain my mindset watching these live shows in the middle of the day. I'm waiting for the big things to happen.
Well, now you know what I did, don't you?
I'm afraid. What?
I watched this son of a bitch from 8 to 11 o'clock on Sunday morning. I wasn't going to screw up my Saturday Memorial Day weekend with this caca. But it's raining outside and cold here, so maybe that had something to do with it. And besides that, I got about as into it as I'm going to get into anything in these days.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, I think they're going to try to do this feud through SummerSlam.
I don't mind seeing that again. So the following contest was, again, I had to watch it. If it was anybody else but Gunther, I'd have skipped it because it is what it is. But for the Intercontinental title, Gunther against our friend Mustafa Ali.
Mustafa.
Well, just Gesundheit. And so the question is, and it was answered by the announcers, I was thinking, is anybody taking this seriously? He fluked into a title match and nobody thinks he's going to win this. And the announcers pretty much at the top were saying, well, yeah, Ali's going to need a miracle. So they did it for, as we said, home country support or home region or whatever. And Gunther, again, is the perfect wrestler. And he's a beast. And he let the little guy have a flurry in a believable way and then stopped him with a body slam. And then the chops and the pace and the attitude and the facials. I love actually, in this day and age, getting to watch a pro wrestler work and him not be, 60 years old. Gunther's unique. But they had a short match, and then Gunther gave him a flurry later on and gave him a couple of 2 counts, and then Gunther, boom, hit him with the drop kick and a power bomb, 1, 2, 3. And it didn't last long. It lasted about as long as it should. Gunther's amazing, and this was better than it should have been, or it's better than it would have been with anybody else except Gunther if you told somebody else, okay, you're a top guy, and we just put this guy in this spot for this show, but beat him in 5 or 6 minutes. It wouldn't have been this good because Gunther's just so much fun to watch.
I can't really add too much to that. I mean, we knew who was going to win, and
yeah,
it was fine for what it was. Give Gunther a big win. Or give Gunther a win. It's not a big win.
A big win. Or catch a quick win. Vince hates that. That's another Vince McMahon banned term. Even when you would go to in the old days, when you weren't completely sure that guys were going to agree to go along with doing a job, the booker or whoever was given the finish would go up to the fucking guy and he'd say, look, you take most of the match, boom, 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 get some fucking steam on him, whatever. He'll make a comeback, and then let him catch a quick one. Just catch a quick one. Which means roll you up, or some little quick pin, 1, 2, 3, and you're fine. And that's kind of the way that you would talk a guy into it if he was reticent. And Vince McMahon hates that. Catch a quick one. That's bullshit. Anyway, speaking of would you like a quickie, Brian? With Bianca and Oscar?
I'm not going to indulge in this question.
A quickie. Would you like a quickie, a quick match? Because they didn't have one. It took a while.
Yeah, I was wondering because the match after this was the quick one, so I didn't know where the hell you were going.
Yeah, well, we got a quickie, but it wasn't a quickie that I wanted. I wanted that one to last a while. There are 3 girls matches on this one premium live event, and of the 3 of them, the one that I liked the best and the one that I wanted to see the most were not the longest one, I don't think. It was Bianca and Oscar. I did note that the full body hazmat suits that they had to wear got more off-putting in this one because they looked uncomfortable. It's like, my God, I hope it's not hot there. These people are going to fucking lose 20 pounds wearing these sweatsuits. And this is the female equivalent of Seth and AJ. It's a modern match. They're doing some tumbling because Bianca's gymnastic. They're going from setting up one big move to another. And after seeing Trish and Becky actually having a grudge match and trying to make it look like a fight, this kind of like with AJ and Seth seems like the same thing that we see from most of the high-level performers on Raw or SmackDown all the time. I didn't go gaga over this like I did Bianca and Io in Puerto Rico. I don't think it was as good a match, and the people weren't in the same fashion. They were, they were still hot for it, but, it wasn't like it was over the top. And toward the end, honestly, I thought it got a bit sloppy. I mean, I don't want to be hung up and horsewhipped for saying that about your precious Bianca, Brian. But then Oscar missed the mist. She was inaccurate in her spewing of the mist. And so then they did some rolling lucha stuff, and Bianca gave her a choke slam, and then Oscar blew the mist into and onto her own hand. And as Bianca picked her up to give her the finish, Oscar rubbed Bianca's eyes with the misty hand and blinded her and hit a kick, 1, 2, 3, and won the title, became the new champion. And in my opinion, this should have been on before Trish and Becky because it sure couldn't follow it. What'd you think?
I thought it was fine for what it was. Again, hard for me to get into the show. I got to watch a lot of this second time, but I was...
Oh, come on now. Pretty soon it's going to be like 5 o'clock in the evening.
No, I started
How long were you hung over on?
I wasn't hung over, but it takes a while, just the middle of the day, and it's Saudi Arabia. I thought it was all right. I was shocked by the finish. I'm surprised that they're going to put the belt on Asuka and a heel Asuka right now and take it off Bianca. But let's see where they go. I'd like to see this live at around 9:30 p.m. on a Sunday night and see what I would think of it.
Well, I'll put you down. I'll call you and give you a reminder when 9:30 comes. The next contest was Rhea Ripley and Natalya. So now we got girls matches back to back, and that's I think it had to have probably been a plus at this point that they were in Saudi Arabia that do not get to see women unless they're wearing muumuus and couch covers, right? Very often they were a little bit more forgiving. Would this have flown in the States where, they would have wanted to be getting to fucking Brock or something? But this is the one I wanted to see because I thought ahead of time, on paper, this would be the best wrestling match. Natalya's the veteran. Rhea's the star. They're both great. And it went 75 to 90 seconds. Rhea jumped her from behind at the bell, went to the floor, bounced her off the desk some times, into the stairs, threw her back in, hit her finish, 1, 2, 3. Who went long on this program?
I hate to say it because I saw there were a lot of unhappy Natalya fans on social media, but this is exactly what this should have been. Natalya's been there forever. I don't think she should have had a competitive match with Rhea Ripley, as good a match as it may have been in terms of work rate or whatever. For Rhea Ripley right now, similar to Gunther, I think this is exactly the kind of match she should have, building to something bigger. I don't know who the bigger person is that she's going to wrestle, but I had no problem with this. I know some people did.
Then couldn't they have done 4 to 5 exciting minutes culminating with a dominant victory for Rhea Ripley instead of, I love Rhea, but,
she's the best. She is so good. She gives me so much hope that there'll be a future for some of these women in wrestling because she's so good. She's so good.
And then also she came out head to toe in leather and chains. It's like they'd rather these Saudi Arabian children see a fucking dominatrix instead of a girl wearing a fucking moolah bathing suit, I guess.
I was amazed. I don't know when it was in the show, and I don't even know if you would bring it up, but when they showed Scarlett and Cross sitting at ringside, I'm like, well, she seems like she's wearing something a little risky for the fucking audience there. And she wasn't in general, but
I wouldn't take her to fucking Saudi Arabia. Let her show goddamn eyelid and somebody will cut your fucking head off. They don't see shit like that over there. Anyway, here we go. The next match, the fight between Brock Lesnar and Cody Rhodes. And I think I know the bloodline story and Roman being involved, the tag team title match, and that did in hindsight have to go on last because of what happens. But I think this is the match. This could have been the world title match. This is who people would buy as fighting for a world title. And it's, 2 of the biggest stars in the company. And they pulled this off, and the arm in hindsight, adding the MacGuffin of the broken arm or whatever, was gorgeous because it gave Cody another out, and they did what we thought that they would do when we talked about it in the preview. If they're obviously going for 3, so now they're 1-1. And the question is, will Cody come back and triumph over Brock right before he wins his inevitable world title, or will that be saved until Brock could potentially be his challenger because they could be sold as still 1-1? I don't know, but that's what they did here. And they here's the one thing before we talk about what happened in the match. The cast. They said a titanium cast, right? But you're looking at the cast, and the cast is a black regular sport brace support looking thing with buckles on it and some white tape underneath it. How is that titanium? It was neither a plaster cast nor do they make titanium now with fucking Velcro buckles on it? What's happening there, Brian? You're younger than I am. You know all the latest medical science.
I didn't think about it that much. I kind of went with it. I was going to ask you before what your thoughts are, because they basically did something for the last week that everyone knew who was a fan. Well, everyone knew who follows it the way us stupid people do. Wasn't a legitimate broken arm.
Right.
But they played into it, and I thought it worked perfectly into the match. In that spirit, I went with whatever the Cowboy Bob Orton cast he had was.
Yes.
The air cast or whatever. I went with it. Do you have any problem in this day and age? I thought it was kind of cool the way they, the smart fans knew it wasn't a real broken arm, but it worked. It was the right thing to do here. It actually worked into the match.
Yes, and that's because it's wrestling. And you give the baby face either an out or an obstacle to overcome or a reason for his eventual demise that is not of his own making, but is of the heel's treachery, blah, blah, blah. But here's what I was thinking. Because we've got a budget now, right? It's old as the hills. Sometimes it's a work. Sometimes in the past it's been legitimate, where a baby face would have a broken hand or wrist or something to have a cast and be able to use it as a weapon. And then the heel in the territories where it was every week would go crazy. Last week he hit me with the cast and I want that cast barred, or we've got to put on boxing gloves or whatever the fuck. And it was an ongoing thing. Ricky Morton one time broke his hand during a big run with not only the Midnight and tag team matches, but I think when he was still having singles matches with Flair. And he had a real cast on, and they made it part of the goddamn deal. Well, if he catches him with that cast, and that's why I was thinking now we've got a budget, right? I say we, the royal we. I know it's kind of over the top, but so is so much of this. Wouldn't it have been cool if they'd done a video where Cody went to Birmingham and got some kind of space age fucking titanium cast, and he pulled his arm out of a goddamn bucket of dry ice or something, and here's this goddamn shiny silver Iron Man looking fucking thing on his hand with steam coming off of it. And if you hit Brock Lesnar with that, goddamn, he's going down. That's a thought I have. Would that be too much, or would that fit in with today's spirit of things?
I think it's too much unless it's no DQ or something. Because
this was supposed to got challenged to a fight. The guy's coming out with a broken arm. I figure we already had passed the no DQ point.
If you show up with Vader's helmet on your arm, I think the referee may have a word or two to say with you.
No, it's from Dr. Andrews in Birmingham.
You said titanium.
Yeah, that's what they said, but make it look like it. It's it's form-fitting to his fucking around his thumb and to his arm, but it's silver and it looks like Lost in Space shit. And they say this is the newest space age development from Dr. Andrews in Birmingham. And by the way, it weighs 15 pounds. It's hard as a fucking, lead, and it's like a giant coal miner's glove. Anyway. Hey, so I was slappy at about 10:15 on a Sunday morning. So Brock, obviously Cody is trying to duck and bail and run and then attack, but Brock starts just belly to bellying him all over the place, and Cody starts selling the fucking arm. But then he realizes he can fire back with the cast because it's titanium. And boom, boom, boom. And Cody starts doing it. He hits a dive with the cast and then a double sledge off the announce desk on the floor with the cast. And the disaster kick and the Cody cutter. And the people are into this. They are really loving all this shit back and forth. And the only thing is, after Cody had bounced Brock off the desk and hit him with the sledge with the cast and several things, the referee started putting his gloves on, but nobody was bleeding. I'm thinking, did Brock try another hard way on the desk, or did he say, hit me with the cast for real or whatever? But he could, because he had like a scab on his head, but he didn't get any. So I'm wondering if he was trying to bust himself open again. Thankfully, Brock has nothing to worry about from CTE with a fucking skull the thickness of a goddamn giant silverback gorilla, I don't think he's got anything to worry about. And then, again, like you said, they played the arm perfectly. This was so old-time wrestling, but with a modern twist. Brock does have a modern style, but because it's so natural and works for him, it would have worked in the territories, too, for a shooter that suplexes you all over everywhere and is just a beast. But Cody he hit the crossroads, but hurt his arm. But then he hit it again and went for the third one, but Brock got a double wrist lock, the Kimura, as the kids say. And Cody tried to pin him like he did the last time, but Brock's too smart for it this time. And finally, he held that wrist lock for a long time until Cody got the ropes and the place came apart for a rope break. They were really into that. And then Cody foiled the F5 and hit the crossroads, got another 2 count. And then he hit him some more with the cast again, but Brock scooped him up and hit an F5 and got a 2 count, a big pop on that one. And Brock's selling is so good for a wounded beast, and Cody for a sympathetic baby face as his lip is quivering, but he's still trying to come back. And they got a "This is awesome" chant when they were selling. And then finally Brock gets the wrist lock again and traps Cody. He can't go anywhere, and Cody goes limp. And they thankfully do not do the check the arm 3 times. We've moved past that in wrestling. But he checked it once, and it was limp, and the referee called for the bell, and the people were hot. Not because it was like, fuck you, we don't like the finish, but fuck, we didn't want Brock to win. And I thought this was great stuff. And as you said, and we both said at the top of the segment, not being sure ahead of time of the whole arm thing, it did work perfectly. And again, you could see Dusty in there selling that broken arm, but he's not going to quit yet.
Really, really good. Told a great story. You get Brock his win. It's a decisive win. It's off an injury that he gave to Cody. Sets up the 3rd match, if there will be only 3 matches here. I thought this was really good. I was getting into the show by this point. This got me into the show. I thought this was a really, really good thing. And, they teased enough at the end that you almost thought Cody would get out of it. And he didn't.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing, is that it was a decisive win for Brock, but it wasn't a decisive loss for Cody, if that makes any sense, in terms of he didn't just beat Cody flat. Cody went in with a handicap. Cody acquitted himself better than anybody could have expected in the circumstance. And then Cody was too gutsy to submit, even though his arm was broken, so he passed out. That's the ultimate babyface out for this should have been for the title, because that's the ultimate babyface challenging a heel champion out, and they can come back to it. And they still haven't had a decisive winner really in either fashion, even though Brock comes off as a beast. Cody has won one, by that fluke kind of, resourceful, not fluke, but resourceful pin when he was in the wrist lock. And this time he's lost because he accidentally had a broken arm that the heel gave him. So there's been no, boom, I hit my finish on you and you're laying flat there with no fucking excuses and 1, 2, 3. And that's great, because now they've still got that yet to do. Should we go to our main event of the evening, Brian?
Yeah, let's do that, because Suzanne's friends are congregating out in the foyer, and they're pissing me off with all the noise they're making.
Do they?
I'm going to turn off the heat to the fucking pool. Watch that.
Well, wait a minute. Why don't you throw that live wire into the pool, and maybe that would help quiet them down a little bit.
We'll see.
I can hear something. Do they have any torches, or are they armed? They have any weapons, machetes potentially?
No, I'm the only one armed.
Okay, well, in that case, but you sound like you're outnumbered, so it might be a fair fight.
I don't know.
All righty. For the tag team championship of all of the WWE, both of them, it was Kevin Owens, or Cammy and Seven, Kevin and Sammy, Owens and Zayn, against our friends Roman Reigns and Solo with Paul Heyman. You know, God damn it, I know Paul's almost as old as me, but is it worth the flight for him to go over there and stand there completely immobile? If it was 175 degrees in that building and the sun was beating down, he wouldn't sweat. He changes his facial expression. He doesn't even shift his weight from foot to foot. Stays the same place through the whole match. Like a fucking stone statue. I'd have to do something to justify 25 hours in a plane or whatever to get over there and back.
He's content not having heat. Because he really doesn't have heat. Like, like no one's like, I hate that Paul Heyman. There's none of that.
For the first time in his life, are you saying he doesn't have heat with either the fans or the boys in the back?
Well, I'm saying with the fans, he doesn't have heat. That's what I said.
So anyway, to start this match, Sammy came out dressed like a swami. And so what has been changed? Didn't they threaten to fucking abduct him, put him in a suitcase and bury him under a pyramid or something if he came over there before because he's of the wrong religion? What's happened now? He came out dressed like the goddamn Arab Pope and they love him.
I actually don't know. I know there was an issue where he hadn't previously gone, but I don't know enough about what it was to even get. I have no idea. So I know it was a big deal him being there, and it seemed like he really embraced it, and they really embraced him.
And the fans were, oh yes, we love. So that was it.
And I'm sure the check was really nice too.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the normal everyday people don't care, but somebody in the government was going to fucking behead him, or the religious government. Who runs that fucking place over there? Well, nevertheless, what if somebody
MBS.
can enlighten us?
Yes.
Okay, well, somebody can enlighten us on how Sammy got a reprieve from, what do they call it? The fatwa? Is that that's what they issued onto
Salman Rushdie.
Old Solomon Grundy.
Salman Rushdie.
Salman Rushdie. I knew that was his name.
Not Sal Bass.
Yeah,
Salman.
they issued a fatwa on Solomon Grundy, and that's why every time people of a certain Muslim faith see him, they have to fart in his general direction. Now I got the whole thing straight.
Sounds like it, yes.
So anyway, the crowd was hot at the start of this. It cooled off as they went along as it started getting a little long, and then, of course, we had the fireworks at the end. But Roman Reigns is a great heel. I mean, he just has to work the people and, just the attitude that he has. And for much of the first part of the match, it was Solo against the other two. And Corey Graves said one thing that didn't make sense, but then he redeemed himself with me. They were talking about Roman Reigns being such a despicable person, right? And Graves said, well, as long as Roman Reigns is running the show, my checks are bigger. How does that make sense for an announcer? You get paid the same fucking thing no matter who the champion was. Does the NBA gear their announcer pay to whoever wins the NBA finals? Or I don't know, but then
it's more an indictment on the WWE pay scale than anything else.
It's like, yeah, if we don't have a good drawing champion, we can't afford to pay you much, Corey. But then later on, he redeemed himself when he said that somebody's punches their fists are like getting punched in the face with a Thanksgiving turkey. So I like that. But Zayn sells great. He sells like El Generico. That's one thing I always liked about him. Solo, as I mentioned earlier in the program, getting better and more comfortable. He still can be a little bit smoother, but that's experience, which he's still getting. And he's smoothed out, I think. He looks better, more confident. Sammy, again, they have to do the thing where Sammy sells and gets a tag to Owens, and then Owens sells and gets a tag to Sammy. And after you've seen Sammy sell, Owens selling is a fucking letdown. And it makes the match so long because then they do such complicated shit at the end that it's goddamn long. And I noticed Sammy fought both the heels on the floor when they'd gotten the heat on him and he set up to make the tag to Kevin. He laid them out both on the floor in front of the announce desk and then crawled into the ring for the tag and was doing the swimming crawl across the ring that traditionally a babyface would do if he's crawling for the hot tag and the people would get with it. The people didn't get with it. And the reason why, because the heels were not only too far away, they were on the floor instead of down in the ring where Sammy could. There was no imminent danger to Sammy that anybody was going to stop him. And the heels being on the floor to the people in the stadium made it more improbable that they were going to stop him. So they were thinking he was going to get the tag before he did. That reduces the pop when he does get the tag. And that's why when it comes out of nowhere, it's bigger. And I see what they were going for here, but they should have had both heels down in the heel corner and let Sammy start crawling from there where they could have stood up and tried to make a dive at his feet at the last second. And then the place would have blown. But nevertheless, the crowd, after Owens' comeback, and they did simultaneous tags again. Roman and Kevin fought. They went to the floor. They came back in. Then Kevin came back up and got a 2 count on Roman. Frog splash, 2 count on Roman. But now they're going to have to stop Owens. So which they do. And the match kind of slowed down to a crawl because Owens and Solo now disappear. And Reigns works the people. And then suddenly Owens stunners Roman, and Roman immediately spears Kevin. And both of them sell and then tag the reappearing Sammy and Solo, who have disappeared before. And then they're immediately into 100 miles an hour. You see how the modern tag team matches especially bug me, and I've mentioned it, because people just disappear like they go off stage and await their cue to come back into the scene, and they're laying there in the middle of the fucking arena where everybody can see them motionless for minutes for no reason, and then they suddenly spring back to life. It's like giving spotlight to a different section of a play. And they go back and forth so much. I don't know. Let me ask you this. Is it just me? Did I get tired of it? Or by the time they got to the finish that we're about to talk about, were the people tired of this in the building also? Did you get that impression?
I can't speak to the building. I could tell you I was feeling the same way you were. And unfortunately, with a lot of these matches and a lot of these people that we've seen in the ring together a lot in the last few months, I'm just waiting for the drama. I'm waiting for the angle. I'm waiting for the moment, because I know that's going to come, and it'll more than likely be better than the whole match and a bigger payoff to everything than everything in the match. And that's what happened. That's exactly what happened.
Then here it comes. Sammy finally hit his kick on Solo, but Roman saved. And then it was Roman against Sammy with the other two disappeared, but Roman goes to spear Sammy, and Sammy moves, and Roman spears the referee. And that's where Paul Heyman actually moved for the first time, but only his facial muscles. But then Sammy hit the Superman punch on Roman. And then Roman came back and hit the Superman punch on Sammy. And then Owens speared Roman, and they went to the floor. And Owens cleared off both of the fucking announce desks, both Fubar and Slapco's, as well as the English language desk. But suddenly, the Usos, who we were led to believe weren't in Saudi Arabia and had not been invited by Roman Reigns, are at ringside and jump Owens and hit him with double super kicks. And that's where I noticed the fans are not losing their minds like they should be. And that part of it is because the referee was down. Part of it is because now here we go into this long side tangent in this supposedly linear story we were trying to tell with this match. And the Usos turn the desk over on Owens and then get in the ring because the referee's still down and hit single super kicks on Sammy and then go for a double one, but he fucking falls out of the way and they double super kick Solo. And Roman from down on the floor is looking up and sees that, and he's bullshit. And Roman gets in there and starts yelling at the Usos. And now we're full-fledged in the dramatic rendition of this play.
Did Roman only see the super kick on Solo? Did Roman see Sammy drop out right before it?
I think we are led to believe that he just saw this. He was reacting to the double super kick on Solo. But because we couldn't tell what he saw from his vantage point.
Right.
But nevertheless, the point is he's just reading the riot act to the Usos and starts pie-facing them and is telling them, get out of my fucking ring. And suddenly, Jimmy hauls off and super kicks Roman. Boom, and there's the big pop. Because now they've forgotten all about the match. Here's the drama we waited to see. And Jay is bullshit over this. And Jimmy's yelling at Jay, said, I'm your brother, and he does it again, super kicks him again. And Jay's like, no, you didn't do that. And Jimmy's like, I'm your brother, not him. And now we got to go.
And I'm doing what you should have done.
Yeah, I'm doing what you should have done. You should have done this a long time ago. And he now says, we got to go. And he drags Jay out, and they leave. And Solo staggers up in the middle of the ring, and Owens hits a stunner, and Sammy hits his kick. And wouldn't you know, just at that exact moment, about 4 full minutes after the first referee was wiped out with the spear, they finally found another referee, and he slides in at the immediately proper moment. 1, 2, 3. So it was long as a tag team match. It was okay and kind of like, one of those modern matches. People are going to disappear and it's going to go long. It's going to be so complicated because that's what makes it good. They had a good story going into it, and they had the story that people were interested in, which was the bloodline and what's going to happen next. And they got to people at the end. So it was a sports entertainment finish that would have killed a town 30 years ago, but now that people don't expect any of this to make sense, it was good for these modern times and gave them what they wanted to see.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's interesting now because I guess we're not going to really get a follow-up until Friday when they do the 1,000-day celebration on SmackDown. So that's...
I wonder if the Usos' invitation was rescinded.
Oh, that's right. They did get an invitation from Paul Heyman to attend.
Uh-huh.
But that's all anyone's going to wait for now. It doesn't matter what match they put on SmackDown. That's the only thing on SmackDown that matters is what's going to happen with the Bloodline drama there.
Well, that's some drama that we will be covering later on this, next week on this program, because we're going to come back in a couple of days with the drive-through, your program, and we're going to be talking about, among other things, the AEW. They're not Night of Champions. They're Double or Nothing. And we're going to have that clip out early on YouTube for the folks so inclined that can't wait for it. And then that plus more on this week's wonderful supersized drive-through, right?
That's right. Supersized. That's right.
Supersized, baby. Supersized.
Were you a fan of supersized when they had supersized soda and fries and everything before there was the outcry?
Are you kidding, brother? Brother, I supersize everything, brother.
Did you call me Bear Brother? What did you say there?
I said, I don't know what I was saying. I've been up since 8 o'clock watching this program.
Hey, Derek.
Hey, Derek. Well, let Sergeant McCoy know you'll be late. Anyway, so that's our program for today, folks. We will be back on the drive-thru with more frivolity and the pay-per-view recap, and we will be back next week on the Experience to divulge the latest happenings in the Bloodline saga. And until then, thank you, fuck you, and bye-bye, everybody.